Good evening to all the esteemed members, dignitaries, speakers, session chair. Today we are here on the very important topic that is bioterrorism and high consequences biological threats. GCTC have been doing this GCTC Manthan for last 3.5 months now. We are today on the last episode of the first edition of GCTC Manthan. And today we subdivided this session into two sessions. In the first session, we are discussing about the early detection and risk governance. And in the second session, we are discussing about the best practices and countermeasures. We have a diversified series of speakers and luminaries from across the globe. Because of the increased threat of terrorism, the risk posed by the various microorganisms as biological weapons needs to be evaluated, and the historical development and use of biological agents better understood. Biological warfare agents may be more potent than conventional and chemical weapons. During the past century, the progress made in the biotechnology and the biochemistry has simplified the development and production of such weapons. In addition, genetic engineering holds perhaps the most dangerous potential, ease of production, and the broad availability of biological agents and technical know how have led to a further spread of biological weapons and an increased desire among developing countries to have them. We have with us the research coordinators and the youth ambassador of GCTC. I would now request them to uh, kindly introduce the speakers to the session. Thank you. Over to you, our research coordinators, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Stalin from GCTC. I am a research coordinator here. Before introducing the session speakers, let me brief about what is GCTC and what our mission. We at GCTC, an international think tank with a mission to reduce the and vulnerabilities and the issues related with the terrorism with a wide and utmost importance to create an positive counter-terrorism measures. And amongst our all stakeholding visions, we have a unique program called GCTC Manthan. And in this series, this is the last series of webinar, and it is titled as Bioterrorism and the High Consequence of Biological Threats. So starting with the session speaker, Dr. Shashi Balama. She is a distinguished scientist and a director of National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research at Hyderabad. And earlier, she was a distinguished scientist and former Director General of Life Science at DRDO till 2018. Prior to her prior to at DGLS, she was a scientist and director of Defense Institute of Physiology and Allied Sciences, Delhi, since 2010. And she is an alumni of All India Institute of Medical Science and was awarded DSc from Bharatiya University in 2014. She has a huge working experience extensively in the area of high altitude physiology and made remarkable contribution in improving the life of soldiers deployed at high altitude. Madam has been instrumental in guiding studies on understanding adaptation, maladaptation, performance enhancement, and rapid acclimatization using intermittent hypoxia. Sri Lavar is an IAS officer of 1978 batch of UP cadre. With over 37 years of experience, he played an important role in successful campaign of eradication of polio and introduction of a free third-line treatment for HIV and AIDS patients, and the mainstreaming of issues of persons with disabilities in India. Mr. Verma sir was also engaged in the issues of financing personal creations of infrastructure and extensive coordination with the multilateral agencies in the field of public health. Floor was also been a secretary to Government of India, Department of Empowerment of Persons with a Disability, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment for 3 years from 2016. At present, Sir acts as an advisor to different companies engaged in health sector. Rear Admiral Dr. Sanatan Kulshrestha is an alumni of Jodhpur University with gold medal in solid-state physics in his post-graduation. He joined Indian Navy in the year 1975 and was awarded silver medal at the Naval Academy. The telescope and the Sword of Honor for being adjudged the best naval officer during the initial training. He did a specialization in quality assurance of naval armament and adorned various key appointments at Naval Command Headquarters DRDO establishment, Ordnance Factory, and finally rose to become the Director General of Naval Armament Inspection at the Integrated Headquarters of Ministry of Defence Navy. During his career spanning over 3 decades in the Armament Quality Organization in the Indian Navy, he has gained and attained a thorough knowledge of quality assurance of sophisticated naval armament, quality management system, project management, negotiation on technical as well as financial subjects. Professor Carl Roberts has over 30 years experience working as a behavioral scientist in policing, counterterrorism, and security. He is currently a consultant for the World Health Organization on policing and biosecurity, where his current work is focused upon policy response to pandemics and policy engagement with the public health. He is an advisor to various governments on these issues, including membership of the UKCHD Policing and Security Advisor Group. He is a professor of policing and criminal justice at the University of Western Sydney and has a number of honorary appointments, including Professor of Pacific Policing at the University of the South Pacific and a Senior Research Associate at the Institute of Future of Knowledge at the University of Johannesburg. I'm now overing my speech and my chair to my co-research scholar, Saisha. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Saisha Singh, and I'm also a research coordinator with GCTC. So, as part of the speakers who will be engaged with us in the first session, we also have Professor Patrick Walsh. Professor Patrick Walsh is a former intelligence analyst who has worked in Australia's Office of National Intelligence and the Australian Criminal Intelligence Division. He is an associate professor in intelligence and security studies, Charles Sturt University, Australia. Professor Walsh is also a former vice president for Australia's peak intelligence professional body, the Australian Institute of Professional Intelligence Officers. He is currently a chief investigator on an Australian Research Council team examining the ethics and efficacy of security intelligence collection post Snowden. In addition, he is an investigator in a multi university research collaboration, the Cooperative Research Center for Cybersecurity. His research grants and publications focus on a range of areas related to intelligence capability, which include governance, leadership, intelligence, ethics, biosecurity, and cyber. Professor Walsh is also a member of the editorial committee for the Intelligence and National Security Journal, which is the peak international and peer reviewed journal in the field of intelligence studies. We also have with us Colonel Dr. Ram Athavale. Colonel Athavale is an 81 batch Cavalier and an alumni of Defense Services Staff College, Defense Institute of Advanced Technology, College of Military Engineering, and Army War College. Colonel Athavale is a specialist in chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear, which is the CBR in security, risk mitigation, and incident management, with more than 2 decades of experience. While being qualified as a tank technologist, he holds an MSc in Defense and Strategic Studies, a certificate in disaster management, a fellowship in CBR in disaster management, and a PhD for his doctoral research in CBR in terrorism and its crisis and consequence management in India. Colonel Athavale has been a key advisor to the Government of India, which includes the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Home Affairs, on CBR in security and incident management. His areas of focus are CBR and security for critical infrastructure, and high visibility events. So it has also authored a pioneering book on CBR and incident management in India titled Toxic Potents. Doctors, we also have with us Dr. Saurabh Dalal. Dr. Bilal is a National Professional Officer, Emergency Risk and Crisis Management, World Health Emergencies Program with the World Health Organization, Country Office of India. He has a vast experience in the field of emergency and data and disaster medicine, public health. He has worked as a specialist, medical medical preparedness and biological disaster with National India and has served as consultant in disaster healthcare, psychosocial care at the National Institute of Disaster Management (NIDM). His core areas of expertise and management, in addition to weapons of mass destruction. Dr. Dalal also serves as a member of the International Medical Commission of Federation of International Motorsport (FIM) and Chief Medical Officer for Formula One India. Dr. Dalal has also been involved in the COVID 19 crisis, right from planning to beginning of response phase internationally, as well as within India, and has contributed to different guidelines and advisories on this. We also have the session chair as Ambassador Anil Vadva. Ambassador Vadva has been a member of the Indian Foreign Service from 1979 to 2017 and has acquired diverse experiences in international economics, diplomacy, etc. In his career spanning 37 years. He has served as an Indian ambassador to Thailand, Italy, Oman, Poland, etc., and has also been posted to the permanent mission of India to the United Nations. Ambassador Vadva has also served in the Organization for Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, OPCW, The Hague, for 7 years and was part of a group of 20 experts
What's happening?
One second, please. Aditya sir, the presentation. Hello, Aditya sir. Apologies for the technical delay. So I was just having a look into it. Yes, so Ambassador was a part of the OPCW, and he was one of the 20 experts responsible for building, recruiting, and setting up of rules for the organization that specialized in chemical industry and technology. On behalf of GCTC and the entire team, uh, we all welcome you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Over to you, Thea. Chair, you can start.
Right. So I hope I'm audible to
Yes,
everyone.
sir.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone. I'd like to extend my very warm welcome to all the esteemed panelists and attendees who are present with us at the Global Counterterrorism Council today. Um, I'm going to be your chair today for the webinar on bioterrorism and high consequences of biological threats. is divided into two sessions, and the first session now would be on early detection and risk governance. And the second session later will be on discussing the countermeasures and best practices. I hope you all find it informative and stimulating. Now, straight away going to the session one, which is on early detection and risk governance. So today we will discuss a branch of terrorism not discussed very often, but what has proven to be a pertinent issue in recent times. The concept of bioterrorism has become essential to learn and understand in this century, especially in the wake of the emergence of various actors in the international system. And the dynamic nature of warfare is continuously evolving as the world progresses further into the technological age. And it is necessary for all of us to realize that we have to develop the ability to deal with new challenges beyond the scope of what we call traditional forms of threats. So, the outbreak of COVID 19 this year has been a very harsh wake up call for everyone. This pandemic has brought the world to a standstill and has also illustrated the extent of chaos that a potential biological attack can have and how it can disturb the world order. So, the virus has exposed several vulnerabilities of the global society and also has helped administrations understand the susceptibility of humankind if such a virus, were to be prevalent in the world again. It has also highlighted the gaps in global health governance and the lack of a coordinated international response in such an emergency. Now, the pandemic continues to surge to unprecedented levels and has drastically impacted the world as we know it. COVID 19 is a biological threat, and this actually showcases the extent of damage that a possible act of bioterrorism can have and the havoc that it can wreak in the global system. India has been a target of numerous terrorist insurgencies and attacks. The consequences have ranged from a very large number of costs to impeding the course of economic development. And this pandemic has exposed the many shortcomings of the strained Indian healthcare system as well. Some strains have come in the governance system. It is imperative that India recuperates, like many other countries in the world, and is then ready to face any threats from anywhere of any kind. Now, the practice of early detection is an essential fact in the fight against bioterrorism. And the early detection of a biological threat statistically helps place a cap on the damages, whether in the form of human lives or its impact on the environment. And developing mechanisms for early detection of biological threats is easily the best countermeasure, especially when we consider that the impact of biological threats is very hard to trace and even harder to contain. So, risk governance is a significant aspect of the deliberations which revolve around the threat of bioterrorism. It is crucial. It's a crucial aspect that aids in the evaluation of the impact that the threat can have through the use of proper risk analysis. It assists in better formulation of strategies, maps out the effects of biological threats, and also helps administrations around the world to analyze how to respond and to combat this issue. Now, I'd like to ask the panelists to discuss this concept of bioterrorism and other high consequence biological threats, its definition, and why early detection as well as risk governance are important factors which need to be addressed. Now, we have seven speakers, as I can see here, and I'd like to request all of them to please keep a watch in front of you and restrict your remarks to 7 minutes because otherwise we won't have much time for discussions. So I would like to, first of all, straight away give the floor to Dr. Shashi Bala Singh. Is she available here?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes. Good evening. I'm here. Yeah.
Please go ahead.
So thank you, Vadvaji, for a very brief and nice introduction to the subject. Distinguished speakers, dear participants, it has been pleasure being in part of this webinar. I think our country is at a significant risk from natural and man-made disaster. For natural disaster, there is a well-defined and experienced disaster risk mitigation structure in the form of, as we know, NDMA, NDRF, civil administration, and armed forces. But for man-made disaster like CBRN, chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear threat, which are ever increasing because of proliferation of NBC weapon, known as weapon of mass destruction. And as we know, we have a very volatile neighborhood with the capability of CBRN warfare. We also have non-state actor which have NBC weapon. And these, the main advantage of this NBC, especially the biological or bioweapon, is they are very cheap, easy to transport. The effect lasts very long. It can last for years together. And they are required in a very small quantity. And they can disrupt water supply, they can disrupt food supply chain. And as we are witnessing even now, the way they have paralyzed the economic stability, political, social, financial, everything. So this is how this bioweapon or biological weapon can really paralyze the whole economy of the world at large. And not only this, they can be easily disseminated to a target by drones, which are easily available, and everyone can use it and cause devastation. So these are some of the positive points, and how do this biological weapon can be really used and then they can cause devastation. In days to come, challenges for biological weapon risk mitigation will be more difficult and more complex because of the very nature of the virus or bacteria, the way these live virus will behave, the mutation which is happening every now and then, and all this makes all the system of detection, protection much more difficult. And also the policies of no first use of nuclear weapon and non-use of nuclear weapon against non-nuclear states. Adversary may use chemical and biological weapons as they might believe that nuclear weapon will not be used. So this is another angle to how adversary use biological weapon for other reasons. And adversary may also carry out attack through terrorist groups while keeping magnitude of attack below threshold. So the full-scale military retaliation by the effective country does not happen. So it can be in pockets, but then that can really cause devastation, and then full military attack may not be there because it is in small pockets. So what is the main problem which we are facing now is non-availability of broad spectrum detection, protection, identification of these bioengineered pathogens, toxins, which are there, and the way they are causing so much of havoc at global level at large. And we really lack high sensitivity equipment, detection, and also the vaccines or drugs which can treat these pathogens, virus, bacteria. So the only answer to all these is technology. Technology is the key driver to have mitigation strategies, to have equipments, to have detection system, to have prognosis system in place. It is only technology which can be done. And I think in the last 3 months we are witnessing this, how technologies are growing, how India has also become self-reliant in some of the technologies which we were not there in the initially, like PPA, personal protective equipment and samples, and even detection kits, the way things are moving forward. So the technology is the main driver for all this. Biological threat, whether emerging naturally or reduced deliberately through act of bioterrorism, present great challenges to national and international authorities. And now there are many categories of these biological, these pathogens. Category A, which consists of the agents that are considered to be highest risk, and much of the biodefense research effort is directed towards these agents like anthrax, plague, smallpox, we have witnessed how they have been able to create havoc in the countries. The category B is less virulent and are one that can conceivably threaten water and food safety. And category C includes the pathogens which are very less virulent, and then they are mainly the disease such as Nipah virus and hantavirus. Now all these have been there for a long time.
Dr. Shashi ma'am, you are on mute. Kindly unmute yourself, please. Yeah, go ahead.
So nothing has been heard so far.
No, no, we could hear
Hello.
you. We could hear you, but now suddenly it went off.
Okay, right. So, biotech mitigation, one of the main important technology which we should be working on is the vaccine. One method that public health officials may use to control an outbreak is vaccination. Vaccine causes the body to produce antibodies which protect it against later infection by a particular agent. Now, before vaccine development takes place, it's a long drawn process. It can take years together. But now, I've been told, I was reading somewhere the Indian vaccine may be available on 15th of August by Bharat Biotech. Let's pray it is available. But then what is possible is to control the widespread outbreak of this is by isolation and quarantine. And this is what is being happening. And it is very important to have preparedness plan for early detection, decontamination, personal protection, and medical management. For being prepared, that we should have SOPs, standard operating procedures in place, so that we should have a checklist and tips to enhance our response capabilities and knowledge, so that pandemic or bioterrorist attack occurs and we will not waste time looking for the information. So information availability should be there. Know in advance where to get information, so that that time is not wasted. Become familiar with the public health language. Learn what infectious disease and contagious diseases are, and the difference between the two, isolation and quarantine. Learn about different diseases, and what to do if you live in an area affected by outbreak or pandemic. I think I just want to sort of compare this pandemic situation to another pandemic situation which we have faced almost a century ago. This example is about 100 years ago. We know we had this pandemic Spanish flu, which has taken, the casualties were much more than 50 billions. They were about 50 to about 80 billions. And 10 years ago, it was known that it was not a bacteria, it was a virus which created this pandemic. And in 2005, only the sequence of this virus was known. Now, what is the status now? Now, if we compare 100 years now, the situation today about the pandemic is that within a month, we know the causative agent. It is a virus. Has been identified and given a name COVID-19. And its sequence has been known. It has been worked out and has been made available to the public, which leads to early detection of SARS coronavirus 2 by real time PCR. So this is how, in that time, it took almost 10 years. Now it has just taken 1 month to understand what is this virus, what is its genotyping, what is the method of detection can be used. And now vaccine is coming. So these new tools and systems are available to estimate the potential impact of biological.
Ma'am, could you please wrap this up in the next minute or two?
Sure.
Thank you.
And predict resource need for effective response, enable earlier detection of an attack or outbreak. So at the end, I would just like to say that improving our ability to detect and respond to a bioterrorist threat continues to be a major public health priority. And I think finally, as with naturally occurring infection diseases, efforts are needed to understand and address the root causes of these threats and to enhance the political will. Political will is most important, and personal action needed to lessen the likelihood of the occurrence and mitigate their impact. With this, I want to thank each one of you for patient hearing.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shashibala Singh. And I'd like to go on to Mr. Love Verma now for his presentation. Please go ahead.
Okay. Am I visible and audible?
Yes, you are.
Oh, that's great. So, very good evening to all co-panelists and to the chair. So, I would like to begin by quoting the Center for Disease Control and Prevention of the US, which has defined bioterrorism as the intentional release or threat of release of biologic agents, that is viruses, bacteria, fungi, or their toxins in order to harm crops and livestock to terrorize a civilian population or manipulate the government. So, on a personal note, my first introduction to bioterrorism was in the shape of a poem, a very famous poem called Dulce et Decorum Est by Wilfred Owen. And he talks about chlorine gas being poured into the trenches by the Germans. I'll just read a bit from his poem, which I really like a lot. So he says, gas, gas, quick boys, an ecstasy of fumbling, fitting the clumsy helmets just in time. But someone still was yelling out and stumbling and floundering like a man in fire or lime, dim through the misty panes and thick green light, as under a green sea I saw him drowning. Well, actually, bioterrorism goes back much further than World War One, and you will be surprised to know that it was even recorded in 600 BC when the Assyrians they used the fungus called rye ergot to poison the wells of their enemies. After that, there have been so many instances of bioterrorism, and in fact, the jury is still out whether COVID or coronavirus is also an act of bioterrorism. But we'll come to know shortly whether the world thinks it is so or not, because the WHO and the international organizations are investigating how come it started in such a great fashion from China, but suddenly it petered out and it infected the rest of the world. So, what's the mystery behind this? I think sooner or later that will be uncovered. Anyway, let us talk about early warning. And early warning, I think one of the good examples of best practices comes from the US, in which they have talked about BioWatch. They've set up a system called BioWatch, in which there are pathogen detectors which are uh, added on to air quality monitors. They are uh, the air quality monitors and the pathogen detectors, they work in sync, and then the results are analyzed. They're collected manually and they're analyzed through PCR, the same PCR which is used for detecting COVID. So from PCR, they're able to see whether there are some pathogens which are infecting the atmosphere. And for that, they are able to then give treatment in advance in case there is a bioterrorist attack. I would like all of you to read an article. It's very easy. You Google S. Das and V.K. Kataria. They've written a wonderful article called Bioterrorism, a Public Health Perspective. And they've not only talked about risk governance, but also they have talked about this early warning system, BioWatch, which I talked to you about. Now, risk governance means that there have to be 5 phases and these phases have been elaborated in this article. The first is preparedness phase, where you evaluate lab facilities, you evaluate hospital preparedness, you train health professionals through mock drills and other methods, you form rapid response teams, and you prepare contact details so that people can be contacted in case of a bioterrorist attack. After that is the early warning phase, where you compile and prepare epidemiological data. Then comes the notification phase, where you have quarantine and isolation, with which we are all now very familiar. The fourth phase is called the response phase, where you have quick laboratory support, mass casualty management, and initiation of preventive, curative, and specific control measures. Finally, you have the recovery phase, where the setbacks are restored and the lessons learned are incorporated in future preparedness plans, and public advisories are issued. So I think we are now fairly familiar with these, because we are going through this whole process of combating COVID-19, and quite a few of these are in place. And what we need to see is that in future also we go through all these phases, in advance. We have preparedness plans in advance. We have local plans and we have state level plans. We should involve right down to the last mile. Our gram panchayats need to be involved. Our local bodies need to be involved. It has to be a kind of mass movement. Only then can we can successfully look at combating bioterrorism. Thank you.
Thank you, Love, and I'd like to thank you particularly for keeping to the time. Um, I go on to the
Well,
next speaker, Rear Admiral Dr. Sanatan Kulshrestha.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity to speak on a topic which is very, very relevant to us today. Let us think of COVID-19 as an enemy whose aim is to infect human species. The enemy is formidable because it is invisible. It has a size of between 65 to 125 nautical nanometers. It is a non-living parasite, so it cannot be killed. It multiplies in host and moves from one host to the next. It spreads to others by the most common habits of the host, without which host cannot survive. COVID-19 is striking humans irrespective of geographic or demographic discrimination. It is striking the fundamental ability of the human body to intake oxygen, and it leads to a very painful death. It deprives humans of all social norms, rituals, and rites associated with life and death. What is more, it attacks the coalescing or the grouping ability of human species to fight any type of onslaught. COVID-19 has isolated us at the individual level, leaving no alternative but to distance oneself from one's closest. In times to come, it will turn humans against each other. It strikes those who can help in recovery. Lastly, it has humongous capacity to multiply its numbers without any external logistic supply chain. Currently, there is no antidote or preventive medication available. There are no weapons or technology to counter it, mainly because we have spent our maximum time and effort in countering our own selves. However, have we been caught by surprise? No, not exactly, since other country cousins of COVID-19 have been around for decades. So, what is the connection between COVID-19 and terror? It is an easy question because COVID-19, when used as a weapon, fulfills all the requirements that an extremist organization desires to further its reign of terror. It puts the target population in extreme danger, at times begging for release from life itself. It virtually drains the society of resources. It provides publicity. It provides a ready audience to someone who can offer a cure or curtail the disease. So the question before us today is, can COVID-19 or similar virus be synthesized in the laboratory and acquired by rogues for monetary, ideological, or political gains? Let us for some time set aside questions regarding the lab origins of the current pandemic, as the scientific community is divided about it and has not yet reached any firm conclusion. Let us recall what a virus is. Very simply put, viruses teeter on the boundaries of what is considered life. On one hand, they contain the key elements that make up all living organisms, the nucleic acids, DNA or RNA. Any given virus can only have one or the other. On the other hand, viruses lack the capacity to independently read and act upon the information contained within these nucleic acids, as explained by Professor Jacqueline Dudley of University of Texas. A minimal virus is a parasite that requires replication in a host cell. The virus cannot reproduce itself outside of the host because it lacks the complicated machinery that a cell possesses. The host cellular machinery allows viruses to produce RNA from their DNA and to build proteins based on the instructions encoded in their RNA. Coronaviruses contain a genome composed of a long RNA strand. Incidentally, the closest known relative of the current COVID-19 is a bat virus named Ra-TG30, which was kept at the Wuhan Institute of Virology in Wuhan. Other coronaviruses known to us are severe acute respiratory syndrome, SARS, and Middle East respiratory syndrome, MERS viruses. What is interesting is that to further the study of viruses and to develop antiviral drugs, scientists have been able to recreate viruses in the laboratory using synthetic genomics, notable among them being the poliovirus, a SARS type of virus, and also an influenza strain for Spanish flu of 1918-20. Fortunately for us, acquiring the expertise to manufacture these viruses is not easy. Apart from requiring very expensive and sophisticated equipment, it depends as much on the written down procedures as on the experience of the scientists or their tacit knowledge, which cannot be written down. This aspect has been extensively researched by Kathleen Fogel of Cornell University. On the other hand, scientists like Gerald Epstein that a few of the standard genetic engineering techniques in respect of very complex whole genome synthesis are now accessible to undergrads and even advanced high school students, and could therefore be appropriated fairly easily by terrorist groups, thus raising the possibility of the same being cornered by terrorists in the coming decade. As per US National Science Advisory Board for Biosecurity report, the technology for synthesizing DNA is readily accessible. However, the science of constructing and expressing viruses in the laboratory is more complex and somewhat of an art. The weaponization of any virus would need it to be produced in the laboratory in sufficient quantities, making it stable, producing it in a concentrated form, and finally designing an efficient dispersal system. That any terrorist organization would also desire an antidote as per a prerequisite would further complicate the issue. As per virologist James Kuhn, the methods to stabilize, coat, store, and disperse a biological agent are highly complicated, known only to a few people, and rarely published. Thus, even if the terrorists were to synthesize a viral agent successfully, they will, in all likelihood, get stuck during the weaponization process. This view is strengthened by the fact that terrorists have not been successful in making an actual nuclear bomb from stolen fissile material. Thus, it is not only the availability of the building blocks, but also the fact that actual weaponization process has to be carried out precisely, which is important. However, it is also true that peaceful research into synthesis of any pathogen can be carried out as it does not violate the Biological Weapons Convention Treaty of 1972. So that rules out small terrorist outfits and leaves in play rogue nations and very large terrorist organizations to be able to attempt weaponization of viruses in near future utilizing advances in biosynthesis. The threat, friends, exists, but is not imminent in near future. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Admiral Kulshesh, just in time. Thank you so much. May I request Dr. Sana Kausar to mute yourself, please? Dr. Sana Kausar. Okay, we have the next speaker now, which will be Professor Carl Roberts. May I call upon Professor Carl Roberts to make his presentation?
Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes,
that okay?
we can. Thank you.
Fantastic. Okay, the IT is working. Hello, and thanks so much for inviting me to speak today. I'm going to take a slightly different tack with regard to the topic. The work we've been doing with the WHO recently has been looking at the broader concept of preparedness for both biological terrorism events and pandemic-prone diseases, and really looking at some of the actors within the whole process of preparedness, within detection, within policing of any particular attack and any particular threat. And one of the things that we've been exploring is particularly the role of law enforcement or police within the whole idea of early detection, early warning, and prevention with regard to a biological threat. The COVID-19 situation has really sort of exposed some of the challenges that have existed for societies generally in terms of how we actually police infections, how we enforce quarantines where necessary, how we even support isolation, and also moving forward, how we kind of unlock societies from situations such as lockdown. Now, some of the interesting things we've found in the work we've been doing, we've been exploring international pandemic plans for both bioterrorism and also pandemic-prone diseases. And we've been looking to see what role exists within them for law enforcement. And pretty much internationally, we've found that very few nations even mention law enforcement within their pandemic plans. And where they do, the general sort of guidance for the role of law enforcement has been police will carry on their duties as normal and other duties as we identify them, which of course is a very, very broad kind of church of things that the police might be expected to do. Now, this is sort of brought challenges that COVID-19 has readily demonstrated in terms of, in many nations, the police having very little idea of what they were supposed to do when lockdowns were brought in. Something, of course, which is a very powerful public health measure in order to prevent further infection, and probably the best we have for biological hazards, which we simply don't have any treatment for, any preventative means of doing, prevention means. But so within this space, the police have found themselves really not part of the discussion and not part of any strategic approach to preparedness and prevention, which I think from my perspective is actually a bit of a problem, because one of the things that the police do have, which many agencies don't have as readily, is local engagement. Frequently they have local knowledge, and frequently they are aware of developing threats. They're aware of actors and individuals who are perhaps stockpiling objects and so on, stockpiling biological items and so on, that could potentially be used for some kind of attack. The way in which we engage that information and who that information is provided to, again, is another challenge, because very often we find that in this space, police, the military, government, public health officials are often work in silos that are often independent of each other. And so consequently, the police can often be aware of very relevant information with regard to a pandemic threat that is not necessarily easily made available to public health. Or public health may well have information that might be highly relevant to police in their attempts to investigate an intentional infection. And so one of the things that we've been exploring in the World Health Organization work is how can different agencies start to work together and start to think about ways in which they can share information. Again, the standard reason why agencies don't do this is often a lack of trust, individuals not understanding each other's context and so on. So one of the big things I would like to suggest in terms of our preparedness for either a naturally occurring or an intentional release would be to think about how entities and agencies can actually start to work together more, and how these silos can start to be a little bit more blurred. There are other challenges that exist, of course, internationally when we look at the role of police. Obviously, different police forces worldwide have different traditions of policing. They have different relationships with the publics that they police. They have different relationships with government. They have varying capacities and capabilities. Many rich countries have police forces that have got deep and complex systems, very well equipped. Other nations, some of the lower income countries, certainly have far less capacity and capability. But nonetheless, it's certainly possible, I think, to start to look at the position and the role of law enforcement in this space and think about how they can actually be brought to bear as very, very useful actors in the public health space. Again, one of the things that's not really being utilised internationally, but which is starting to become quite apparent under COVID-19, is the fact that the police actually, again, can be very, very central actors to public health, where police have used, if you like, draconian or very violent measures to ensure things like quarantine or isolation. We've often found the public beginning to flout those regulations, whereby the trust has been eroded with police. Where stronger engagement approach has been taken, what we've often find is that the public is much more likely to persist with the guidance that have been put up by government. So again, the police can actually act as a facilitator and also as a barrier to public health measures. And again, I'd just like to raise that important point that as we move forward from COVID-19 and we start to think about potential biological threats in the future, be they intentional, be they natural, I think certainly we do need to rethink the role of entities like police and their relationship to other entities, and certainly consider how different groups who are not normally considered to be part of the public health sector are actually all quite fundamental to it, and quite fundamental to our ability to actually both prevent, investigate, and broadly police our solutions to any kind of biological threat. I think that's all I'd like to say just at this stage. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Carl Roberts, for that practical insight. Now, next on my list is Professor Patrick Walsh. Please, you have the floor. We can't hear you. I think you're still on mute. Yes.
Patrick, your headphone is, I guess, not working. Kindly change your headphone. Your mic is actually not working, I guess. Kindly check your mic again. Kindly. Kindly plug in and plug out your mic. Plug out and plug in your mic.
Hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. Well, thanks for the invitation. I appreciate the invitation. Look, I think I just want to make some brief comments about bioterrorism. It's a very complex topic, and from an intelligence national security perspective, it's still not very well understood. Even state-based weapons of mass destruction that we saw during the Cold War weren't very well understood either. You know, the intelligence community in the US underestimated the Soviet Union's bioweapons program and overestimated, obviously, WMD in Iraq and got that completely wrong. So if it can get, the intelligence can get sort of terrorism, if it can get sort of bioweapons programs in states so wrong, it's much harder to really accurately assess bioterrorism threats, which tend to be smaller in nature and much more hidden and less sophisticated. So there's a lot of challenges in understanding for intelligence and national security and policing the nature of bioterrorism threats. Yes, some groups have showed interest. Yes, some groups have even weaponized on small grade levels bioweapons, but not to any great sophisticated level, at least as far as we know. But I think, you know, we sometimes think that because there's going to be a rapid change in technology and biotechnology, bioterrorism groups will take advantage of that technology. And we don't know for sure that's the case. And what we need to do, the intelligence community needs to do, is link in much more with the scientific community, the public health community, the clinicians who understand biology and how biology can be weaponized, rather than being siloed in our intelligence community and thinking that we can understand these very sophisticated threats. So I think what we need is a much more One Health approach to understanding future biothreats and risks than we currently do. We also need, I mean, I think, you know, COVID-19 just underlines that we need to start talking about health security rather than just biodefense. Biodefense is an important part of health security. It's certainly something very important to the military, but we need a whole of a society approach to pandemics or intentional bioweapons attacks, because it'll often be, if it's a bio attack somewhere by a terrorist, it will be probably the local health hospital or some local clinician who will first see the symptoms of that bio attack. It won't be the intelligence or the policing community. So what I'm saying is we need each state, including India, needs a sort of national health security strategy which can underpin a common response between health and national security agencies to unintentional, intentional bio events. So I think that's a very important thing, that we're not even seeing that in Australia, let alone other countries around the world. As to the future of how bioweapons might evolve, there's a lot of speculation, of course, around dual-use technology, particularly gene editing and cyber biosecurity, which are interesting areas. But again, and a couple of years ago, the US intelligence community said that CRISPR, which is one kind of gene editing, was a national security risk. But there's not a lot of evidence that is going to be exploited, and we still need to understand the conditions which it will be weaponized. And that again brings me back to the point I made before, that we need better relationships between national security intelligence and scientists and public health people to understand how technology can be weaponized, rather than just assuming it will be weaponized. So I think in the future, what I'm calling for is a national health security strategy for all countries, including India, which articulates how everyone has a role in by responding to bioterrorism and pandemics comes together. And I've been doing a bit of research in this area as well recently, and I've been doing some work in the Australian intelligence community on this area. And in that strategy, we have to think about how do we respond to bioweapons, bioterrorism, at a prevention level, at a disruption level, at a management and a post-event response level, because the requirements in the intelligence and policing will be different in each of those steps. And I think a really important thing in the future will also be governance. How do we bring these bits together, that these two tribes, if you like, the health tribe and the national security tribe, to work better together, who are actually very similar in many ways, but also suspicious of each other. And I think also, finally, in terms of the future, I'll make 2 points in terms of technology. I think we need better microbial forensics so we can attribute bioterrorism attacks, and we need better data-driven biosurveillance capabilities, which will help speed up the contact tracing of manual epidemiological efforts that are currently the norm that we use to detect and map disease. There's plenty more I could probably say, but I'll leave it at that for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Patrick Walsh, for those views. I have 2 more speakers to go, and the penultimate speaker will be Colonel Dr. Ram Athawale. You have the floor.
Thank you for getting me on board on this wonderful webinar, and with this august gathering of experts on the subject. I am but a student of CBR and incident management. I would like to present a short presentation to explain my points on this particular subject. So can I share my presentation now?
Yes, sir.
Is my presentation visible?
Not yet, sir.
Okay, just a moment. Can you see my presentation?
Not as yet.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we are on now.
Okay, right. I will quickly run through these 4 areas of the subject. What is the threat spectrum? What are the international biosecurity initiatives? A little about the Indian paradigm, and of course on the early warning and detection, which is the focus on today's subject. The bio threat spectrum is all kinds of bacteria, riccia, viruses, fungi, and especially toxins, because toxins pose a different kind of scenario where they are non-contagious, and therefore they could be used to target specific sets of population, and therefore could be more favorites of the terrorist organizations. I have clubbed CBRN threats in total because I would like to deal this subject in a totality of all CBRNN threats, but we can focus on the bio part of it. So we have the natural threats and we have the man-made threats. But the most interesting or the most gory ones, which we should be careful about, are the CBR and terrorism threats. Now, mind you, when we are talking of CBR and terrorism, where are they getting the material to carry out this kind of a terrorism? It is coming not from here, but from here. And therefore, we need to be more careful about what we are doing on these aspects, which are in the bigger circle, than to prevent anything happening in the right side circle. Any of these could be used, and some of them have been tried to be used in the past as a bioterrorism weapon. A lot of questions about coronavirus. I will not go into that debate, whether it is bioterrorism or not. But yes, all of these can be potential sources of a bioterrorist attack. Terrorist capabilities are changing quite a lot, whether it is organizational, logistic, financial, knowledge, skill. I shall relate to one particular incident about knowledge, skill, and technology acquisition. Initial production, weaponization, all of these are being developed and advanced as far as terrorists are concerned. They are no longer the school dropouts, illiterate guys who have been forced as cannon fodder into terrorist activities. They are skilled people, trained scientists who are working on these aspects now. These are some of the terror incidents, and I would like to focus on the one which is on the left top. This happened when I was in Kenya. Intern doctors, trained intern doctors, were working in a government pathological lab trying to convert animal anthrax into transportable cultures to take them to Europe and to other parts of the world as terrorist weapons, bioterrorist weapons. This happened in Kenya. They interrogated the person. They found that there were some more working in Uganda and maybe even in Ethiopia. They all happened to be part of the Al-Shabaab terrorist organization. Now, just imagine in a nondescript pathological lab in a government hospital, such kind of work was going on, thanks to Kenyan intelligence and Interpol, that they managed to get this. But so many pathological labs exist all over the world, very quiet ones in government hospitals. Nobody is really watching what is happening. And therefore, we need to be very, very careful about this particular aspect. Quick look at the international initiatives. Many of these have already been listed out. Important among this is the BTWC, the Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention. There is an Interpol CBR and terrorism program, which is a very, very effective program. The EU is doing wonderful work in empowering nations to counter CBRNN kinds of terrorist activities or risk mitigation activities. WHO, which is concerned about the health, is running the CBRN response plan, and the present crisis falls under this particular category. The World Customs Organization is playing a yeoman service in controlling movement or transshipment of dangerous material. And of course, there are a whole lot of international protocols and treaties which are there. Focusing on the BTWC, which happened in 1972, India is a signatory to this particular treaty, and it has 183 countries today which are party to this particular convention. What is main thing which is missing from this convention is punitive action clause. What if a country does go and develop something and use it? That punitive clause is not well defined as far as the BTWC is concerned, which needs to be improved upon, and they're already working on trying to include this particular aspect in the BTWC. Coming to the Indian scene, I'm going to include CBRN here again in totality, because biosecurity should fall as part of that. The first step is to develop, as was mentioned by Professor Walsh, a national CBRN strategy with threat assessment, objectives, and governance structure. Build up on that with a CBRN plan. Then we come to the domestic laws and regulations. We have some of the best laws and regulations in our country today. Almost 112 laws and regulations in our country concerning CBRN issues. We need to ensure that they are aligned to international treaties, protocols, and conventions that we are party to. And last, of course, is the ground situation, the incident management structure, threat prevention, crisis management, and consequence management. All three are important. They are a continuum, but they will have to be dealt with differently by different organizations. As mentioned before, we have a three-pronged approach, and our primary agency to deal with such kind of disasters is the NDRF battalion. Notwithstanding that, we have nodal ministries which have been earmarked, which is biological, we have the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. For chemical, we have the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. And for the nuclear and radiological ones, we have Department of Atomic Energy and DAE. A huge amount of CBRN stakeholders need to get together to work on this particular issues. I have this particular list, which is shown on the slide, is not exhaustive, and therefore many other agencies can come in to supplement what needs to be done as far as CBRN risk mitigation is concerned. I mentioned about laws. There are some guidelines which have been given by the NDMA on their website and being followed by the states and the districts. We have some excellent laboratories which are working towards this. Other than the DRDO labs, we have the National Institute of Virology and the National Institute of High Security Animal Diseases, both of which are BSL 4 level laboratories doing excellent work in biosecurity and biosafety issues. Coming to the prime focus of this topic today, early warning and detection. The first thing is CBRN intelligence network. I think this is something which we are not yet fully geared up for, not only in India, but across the world. We need to get intelligence on CBRNN issues as early as possible to be able to start taking proactive measures and preventive measures. It could be embassies, high commission, trade partners, covert intelligence, intelligence agencies deployed over, and mesh it with national and international intelligence. Then you have the international proliferation prevention. Number of protocols and agreements are existing for that. Coming to domestic proliferation prevention, we need to find out what are the national inventories for biological and for chemical issues, also for radioisotopes. What, how much, who, what is happening to that? Inspections and oversight and real-time monitoring right from cradle to grave is an important aspect which needs to be focused on. We are falling short in this, and we are seeing the number of accidents in the chemical factories which are taking place purely because this particular aspect has not been addressed correctly. Logistic. We need to develop interdiction capabilities domestically as well as internationally for any suspect movement of such kind of material. Government and private industry partnership, of course, and national biosurveillance needs to be developed. Now, when I'm talking of biosurveillance, there are a number of international biosurveillance programs which are running. I have listed some of them on the slide. We have the WHO, we have the US CDC, we also have the Global Health Security Initiative, which is working with a number of countries, primarily the 6 partner countries and the EU, which are working on this. Event-based biosurveillance is something new which has happened, which is happening now based on the internet, whereby diverse streams of data are characterized and prospectively provide information. Then we come to the biosurveillance and situational awareness systems. There are some very interesting systems developed by the countries I've mentioned here. As far as India is concerned, we have the National Center for Disease Control, which is also working with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, which is running an integrated disease surveillance project. This particular project is down from center to state to district level, and even tehsil level surveillance units are existing. A number of technologies are being used. My august brethren from the DRDO would, of course, amplify on this later. But there are a number of technologies which are existing for detection early detection of biological agents in the country as well as abroad. So the way forward in all this is, first is a comprehensive CBRN security paradigm. Develop the national biosecurity strategy. Sound bio-threat intelligence system. The next is mandate rendering of essential services in a national emergency situation. For example, in case we have a further deterioration of the COVID going on in the country now, we should be able to requisition private agencies to particular to help the government agencies in preventing and addressing this particular threat. And therefore, national health security, something again which Professor Walsh mentioned, needs to be addressed and strengthened. Training of CBRN teams of NDRF and SDRF battalions is a necessity. It's not yet fully addressed. They're working towards that. And the last 2 points are very important, which even the Prime Minister has been repeatedly telling. One is developing sustainable domestic industry capable of R&D as well as manufacturing of equipment. for all the CBRNN issues. And the last one is invest in wider research on CBRN subjects. Our schools, colleges, and even medical colleges today are not teaching biosecurity issues. And we need to address that. We are teaching disaster management, but we are not teaching CBRN subjects. We must address that particular issue. My suggestion from my side would be to establish a CBRN Center of Excellence where not only research and training, but academic training can also be given, and training for private industries, for response teams, for all CBRN agencies and stakeholders. They can be given training by the CBRN Centers of Excellence. So with that, I come to the end. Thank you very much for your patient listening. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Colonel Dr. Ram Athavale. That was a very precise and very clear presentation, and especially you laid out the way forward very well. And I think it's very clear what India needs to do in this respect. Thank you so much. And now I'll give the floor to Dr. Saurabh Dalal. You have the floor, sir.
Yes. Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Yes. So, before I start, I would like to thank me for inviting for this particular bioterrorism related webinar. Whatever I will be presenting are my personal views, and it does not any organizational endorsements. I would like to make a disclaimer before I start. My experience for working with the National Disaster Management Authority for quite a long time, and all the esteemed speakers have what they have mentioned. So I would like you to, in fact, my presence would give you a good amount of status update on what has recently happened in last few years as far as India is concerned. Clearly, as Professor Walsh mentioned, India has already been working on a health security plan, and it's on the verge of completion. The second thing, a lot of policies in and around biotechnology and negative uses of biotechnology is also being undertaken under the aegis of Department of Science and Biotechnology. CBRN, as Colonel Athavale mentioned, to be brought down to the lowest level for capacity building and awareness in a way that it could reach masses and students, not in a form of CBRN that can create panic, but bringing down to such a simpler level of physics, chemistry, and biology, and what are the negative uses of that, and how to protect oneself in time of such emergencies is also being under the plan, and capacity building with regards to CBRN at 4 levels. And probably I would be very happy to let you all know that India is probably one of the first country which has released and endorsed a civilian CBRN capacity building framework. So it has several components, and it covers almost all the strata of the responses as well as society. As far as NDRF is concerned, a huge amount of capacity building and NDRF teams are certified to respond to all CBRN emergencies, and there are 50 or more than 50 locations where they have been specially located strategically for CBRN issues. India again has also advocated for a science and technology advisory and monitoring group in the Biological Weapon Convention, which we have been advocating since past 3 years. So a watch mechanism through the Biological Weapon Convention for across the world biological related activities is also being endorsed by India. So apart from that, the regional preparedness, India is assisting even neighboring countries in developing the biosecurity framework. And again, now we are in a catch-22 situation when we deal with this issues of biological emergencies and bioterrorism. On one hand, the international health regulations and other frameworks mandates us to share whatever we have the data with our neighboring countries. On an alternate hand, there are some information which are very risky to share and that can even act against us. So how to balance these activities is also being adequately tackled at all the levels, and hence the needful data sharing mechanisms are developing for sharing information cross borders. So, but with regards to the weapons of mass destruction, not just within the system, but even within the society, there are three big fallacies which persist in our society. First of all is it can't happen to us. That is what not just the system within India, even across the world, maybe even in United States, they thought that it can happen in anywhere across the world, but this would not affect us. The second issue is that weapons of mass destruction materials are so deadly that almost all the victims will die anyway. And there is it comes with a pre-notion that there is nothing we can do, or there is very less thing that we can do to offer. So while we have been working on the CBRN issues, and we have a very famous chart which all of you might have come across, the potential impact versus probability and likelihood of a CBRN event, in which on one hand there is a nuclear weapon, and on the another hand, at the highest level is the biological agent. When I used to work with all of my colleagues, they mostly said that biological event of such a massive level, in which would have an effect like a nuclear weapon, is highly unlikely, and we will probably never see it. So why to waste our time, and why to waste the esteemed session for CBR and preparedness on biological emergencies? I'm very fortunate to say that all of my those friends who are working on chemical emergencies and nuclear emergencies have been assigned duties to work for biological emergencies. So and now we can see a good turnaround with regards to the government policy differences and strengthening of health systems for further dealing with such kind of attacks, and also a very clear line of control right from the bottom to top approach of management. So as one of our previous speaker mentioned, that we have a good amount of integrated disease surveillance program, and the nodal ministry is Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. I would like to differ here. India has a very clear framework that the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare is the nodal agency to deal with the biological, epidemics, and pandemics. The Ministry of Home Affairs is the nodal agency to deal with any act of bioterrorism. So even the CBR and National CBR and Emergency Management Plan is in place, and almost all the stakeholders are in line, briefed with their roles and responsibilities, and they are building their respective capacities in those particular areas. With regards to strategic stockpile and other frameworks which this particular Corona COVID-19 attack has shown across the world, that the frameworks and the policy strengthening needs to happen across all the levels, and the guidelines which needs a regular updation. So, for example, NDMA guideline on biological disasters is now deemed to be revised as a public health emergency management and preparedness guideline. So, and then another public health emergency management framework is coming into existence. The most important and awaited one of the prime laws of the country with regards to biorisk management is a upcoming the public health bill, which covers a very tight policy and punitive measures against bioterrorism related acts. So, on an overall, the sensitization with regards to the medical preparedness of doctors and paramedics to deal with biological emergencies has been relatively low within the country. But even within the CBRN resilience framework, which has been created, medical colleges and medical institutions in future would probably teach this as a subject in a very short due course to come. So with this, I hand over back to the esteemed moderator, and thanks for giving me a good chance.
Dr. Dalal, thank you very much for your thoughts on that issue. And, we will look forward to the public health bill and how it turns out. So now we've come to an end of the presentations by the seven distinguished speakers. I'd like to hand over now to the GCTC Secretariat to look at the questions which have come in, possibly on the chat box or otherwise. And then, taking into account whom they are addressed to, they could conduct that, for the next few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We have a question from Likitha Mahanti. The question is, how can we clinically say it is a bioweapon or a natural outbreak? And few other questions like from Sandeep Satpathy. Why are we not clear in international level yet coronavirus, that is COVID-19, a biological war or not? If it is, how we can punish the rule breaker? Then there is a question separately for Colonel Thavle. Chinese scientist is jailed for editing babies on the December 31st, 2019. Yesterday, also Chinese scientists have announced of organ transplant from gene-edited pigs to monkeys. What is his observation on that? And to Lover Massa, India responds to bioattacks in the context of epidemic and how far the strategies of envisaged by Epidemic Disease Act is rational for India's risk governance. Maybe we can start from Professor Patrick Warser.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, please.
Yeah, great. I'm glad you could hear me this time. I'll just go back to that first question that someone asked. So how do we know the difference between, a disease that might be from an intentional bioterrorism act or whether it's a natural, unintentional disease pandemic? It's hard to sort of say, across the board, which is going to be. I think as I said before in my presentation, we need to get better at microbial forensics, attribution of, certain material, pathogenic material, and whether it is synthetic. And in some cases, you can tell by looking at the RNA and the DNA that it's been synthesized in the laboratory rather than it's been endemic or in a natural disease that would be out in the environment. So we need to get better at microbial forensics. We need to get better at intelligence and being able to understand the nature of disease and what would be considered a normal kind of disease that might go through different communities at different times, like influenza, and what might be abnormal for that country, which might then create suspicions of bioterrorism attack or even a state-sponsored biological event. So I don't think there's any hard, fast rules to how to work out attribution, at least from the beginning. That's why I think it's really important to have a health security strategy where you have the doctors, the scientists, the biologists working closely with the national security community, the policing community, the home ministry, defense ministry, the intelligence community, intelligence bureau, the RAW in India, so that they are sharing information at that early stage when an epidemic starts coming out, and they can start sharing that knowledge and working out attribution, whether it's intentional or unintentional. I'll leave it there. There's a lot of other questions there, which I think maybe other people might want to address.
Can I take on my question?
Yes, sir.
Colonel Athavle here. Can I take on my question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Just want to link this question with what Professor Walsh just mentioned, that when a disease outbreak happens, there is a lot of forensics which should go into that to find out whether that particular strain is a naturally occurring strain, an endemic strain of a particular area or a particular region, or is it something which is different? The moment we start analyzing that in a laboratory basis or laboratory analysis level, we will come to know whether this particular strain is artificial or man-made, and therefore then we can start attributing onus as to where possibly that particular strain could have got developed. So when we are talking of gene editing also, it depends on what kind of gene editing is being done on a particular strain of a pathogen. Now, if we are looking at a gene editing mechanism which is going to make that particular pathogen more deadly or more virulent or that much more resistant to existing vaccines and antibiotics and other drugs which are prevalent, then yes, that becomes a potent weapon for a bio attack. But that will have to be determined only after detailed analysis in a laboratory. So that's why I wanted to, connect this particular question with what Professor Walsh so neatly explained before me when he was explaining about the clinical method of whether an agent is a bio weapon or a naturally occurring strain. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Thable. Well, we have a question for to the panelists only. Is biological deterrent more prudent in preventing biological disasters like we have for nuclear weapons? Well, it is open for all. So maybe Carl Roberts, Professor Carl Roberts, or Admiral Kurshrestha. Professor Carl Roberts? Or maybe Love Verma, sir? Professor Carl Roberts?
Can I answer that question?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, okay. You see, in case of nuclear weapons, they are not naturally occurring weapon systems or naturally occurring substances which are converted to weapon systems. They are technologically developed systems which form a weapon system. Whereas in the case of a biological pathogen, many of them could be naturally occurring pathogens which are causing disasters like we are seeing nowadays, the COVID-19. So even if a country does have violating the BTWC, it does have a deterrent capability built up in bioweapons that will not necessarily stop a bio disaster naturally occurring somewhere else. So a biodeterrent will not be able to stop, or will not be a bioweapon capability will not be a deterrent for a bio disaster happening somewhere else. So because it is a natural substance, whereas in case of a nuclear weapon, it is a technologically developed system and it is not a natural deterrent system. It is a developed system, and that is the difference between nuclear weapons and biological weapons. Yeah.
Thank you, Colonel Thable. Well, we have.
May I take my question now?
Yes, yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
So basically, the question is about the Epidemics Act. It's a very valid question, but since we are in the middle of an pandemic right now, I think we should address it in the recovery phase, which I talked about. And once the pandemic is over, what are the lessons which we have learned? I agree, it is a very old act. It's actually 1897. So it is an extremely old act and needs to be updated. But perhaps this is not the time to look at it. Later, it should be looked at and all the lessons incorporated. Thank you.
Thank you, Lavarma, sir. Well, a question for Professor Carl Roberts, if Professor Roberts is there. Professor Carl Roberts, are you able to hear me? Well, the question can be for then Professor Dalal.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Does
Can you repeat
India,
the question?
yeah, does India has a national CBRN strategy? If yes, is it really publicly accessible, sir?
India does have a national CBRN strategy. Unfortunately, that is not accessible for public domain. And I would like to also add with just what Dr. Professor Love just said, that the Epidemic Act, definitely it is a very old act, but if you can see, there have been 17 amendments within that act over the period of time. And the most recent one, which we have seen very recently, with regards to the attack on healthcare professionals. So even after 100 year of period, the act is still amended, and for over a period of time, within a year or so, the epidemic act would be replaced with like enforcement of the public health bill.
Thank you, Dr. Dalal. We have a question from Professor Madhu Sharma. She says, recently there have been few cases reported about poisoning of public water supply, which can be completely low cost and high impact acts of terrorism. A question to the panel is, do they amount to bioterrorism? Can that be part of national health security mentioned by Colonel Ramathavle? Over to the panel, please.
Can I answer that?
Yes, sir. You can start, then over to other panelists.
Yeah, sure. Yes, water supply systems are a vulnerable source from where bioterrorism can be unleashed. Deliberate poisoning by somebody of a water supply system would and should be construed as an act of bioterrorism, and it should be placed under that so that necessary punitive action can be initiated. If we don't accord it that kind of a status of bioterrorism, it will go under normal law and order, and it will not meet the required punitive measures that are required for such kind of an issue, because that can cause a number of illnesses and deaths in public. And therefore, we need to view it very seriously. I personally would view it as a bioterrorism or a biothreat incident or biosecurity incident, and therefore it should be dealt with accordingly. It may not be a terrorist organization. It may be a lone person trying to bring out a grudge and trying to do something. But yes, it should be viewed as a biosecurity issue and not just a health issue or a law and order issue. Thank you.
May I add to that? If you remember at the beginning of my talk, I spoke about the Assyrians poisoning the well of the enemies with the fungus ergot, and this is considered to be the first act of bioterrorism which took place in 600 BC. So very much so, it will be part of bioterrorism in my opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think one of the it could be bioterrorism depending on the who's behind it. If it's a terrorist group or it's a biocriminal act, either way, it can have profound impact on a water supply or food supply. And I think increasingly we've seen recently. That's why I think it's important to have a broader health security perspective on bioterrorism. Bioterrorism is one part of that health security sort of umbrella, because we've seen also cases of food safety issues and contamination of food, which can, and we saw the Rajneeshis in the 90s poison with salmonella, the salad bar in Oregon and the US. So these sort of things can be quite damaging. They might be localized, but nonetheless, they can have psychological fear, and they can have they can damage, I mean, certainly hurt a lot of people. So I think these are very serious things.
Thank you. Well, to Professor Patrick Walsh, in the context of early detection, the monopoly of GIS aid, is it valid for genome sequencing, sir?
Sorry, what was the first part of that question?
In the context of early detection, the monopoly of GIS aid, is it valid for genome sequencing?
Well, early detection can, gene sequencing can be part of early detection, as is censoring can be, as is data surveillance, biosurveillance can be. So it can be part of a broader early warning system. The problem is at the moment, we don't actually have I mean, we do have some early warning systems, but they don't actually warn much more than normal epidemiological tracing would. So we need to do a lot more in that space. And India is a very IT driven society and has capability to probably do something in this data surveillance system, early warning system, which is not replacing traditional public health epidemiology, but it's supposed to supplement that.
Maybe Professor Roberts can come in. Professor Carl Roberts. Professor Roberts, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah, sorry about earlier. I just completely lost all power actually,
Yeah.
so I couldn't actually get to
So
it.
there is a question from Saisha. She says, sir, you said that as part of the studies being conducted by WHO, the role of the police also becomes a subject. Could you elaborate on the same, please?
Sorry, could you repeat the last part of the question? I lost the signal there.
Okay. You said that as part of the studies being conducted by WHO, the role of police also becomes a subject. Could you please elaborate on the same?
Yeah, sure. I think one of the things that we've found what COVID-19 has shown is that the police have become kind of central part of, for want of a better phrase, policing public health guidance. So where nations have had lockdowns, somebody has had to enforce them. And some places they've used the military, but most places, because this tends to be most acceptable to the public, they've used police to do it. And so from the perspective of the work we've been doing, there's almost a centrality of police as a fundamental part of the public health response. And traditionally, what we found, again, is as we look at public health plans, is that police are not actually part of them. They're very frequently not part of the planning process, and they're very frequently not part of the response. And so consequently, police are often required to do things which there hasn't really necessarily been a plan for. And they've almost had to make up their response, in a sense, on the hoof, and given very, very little information. And so one of the things that we've been arguing in our work is again, it sort of reflects a lot of the things that Patrick and others have been saying in their presentations, is about, certainly in the context of police, law enforcement and other agencies, coming together more and eroding much more of the kind of silos that exist between different agencies to actually produce a much better way of engaging with each other, of sharing information, sharing intelligence. I mean, just one example, somebody asked the question, how do we know that it's a sort of intentional biological act versus a naturally occurring act? I mean, oftentimes, as others have said, we wouldn't know that, but police are often, as a group, quite well placed to hear chatter from informers, from local people about individuals that have been acting suspiciously, acting strangely, who may well be planning some sort of activity. So again, this broader notion of the police being not necessarily central to all of this, but actually been an important part of it, I think is what we've been identifying in the work we've been doing, and certainly would argue very much more for greater involvement and engagement with the law enforcement community within this planning space, but not just the law enforcement as being central to it, but as actually part of a much broader response, as we've seen illustrated in other presentations.
Thank you. Well, we have a question from Likhita again. Her question is for Dr. Saurabh and maybe from other remaining panelists. Is G4 virus a current virus or a previously existing virus? Why is still WHO not responding on the coming pandemic?
Hello. Yeah, I initially just mentioned in my disclaimer that whatever I'm saying is from my personal perspective, and I'm not responding on behalf of my organization. So I would like to not answer this question, but would request some other faculty to please go ahead with by answering that.
Okay, maybe Professor Walsh can come in, and then Lover Masa.
Are you talking about the latest G4 virus that's been found in China?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Look, I don't know much about WHO's official response to it. I suspect it has, is looking at it and probably working with the Chinese authorities on it. My understanding at the moment is it's still being investigated in terms of its pathogenicity, and it apparently is easy to transmit it to a human, from what I understand, but it's less easy apparently at this stage, as far as we know, to transmit it from human to human, which would obviously be much more concerning, like as in COVID-19, which transmissions, zoonotic sort of disease that spread from, so a host we think is probably bats, maybe through another host to humans, and spreading quite efficiently from human to human. This one seems to not to be efficiently spreading from one human to another, which still makes it a serious potential disease, but less pathogenicity and less potential for a pandemic. But I still think a lot's not known about this G4 sort of virus, and that's about all I know about at this stage. I'm kind of trying to still understand it myself.
Lover Masa.
Well,
Lover Masa, your mic is on mute. Kindly unmute yourself, please.
okay.
Yeah.
Microphone on.
Yeah, better.
And yes. No, this is the first time I'm hearing about the G4 virus. So I think I'll have to do some homework on it before I can respond.
Okay. Thank you. Maybe other.
I can take the next question, which is about the NTRO. The
Yes, sir.
NTRO is actually a very specialized organization which does not have bioterrorism as one of its remits. So maybe it can be added on, but at the same time, one will have to see whether too many cooks spoil the broth situation does not develop, because already there are a number of agencies about which Colonel Athavle has already presented. So we have to demarcate what exactly the NTRO's role will be before we think of taking it on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, we have a question from our research coordinator, Ms. Singh. She says, Professor Walsh, sir, you said that as part of the measures for early detection, there needs to be a sync between the intelligence networks and the sciences teams. So how exactly do you envisage the interdependence between the two units? Over to you, Professor Walsh.
Well, in my I wrote a book in 2018 called Intelligence, Biosecurity and Bioterrorism, which is published by Palgrave Macmillan in the UK. And in that book, I talk about some of the ways that the intelligence community can get to closer with the scientific community to understand threats. And there is a lot already going on, and particularly in the Five Eyes countries. It's not like that the intelligence communities aren't talking to scientists, aren't talking to experts outside their communities to understand threats. But what I think the problem is, it's not systematic enough. And I think the intelligence community has seen bioterrorism, other than maybe the Amerithrax attack that happened, 9 days after 9/11, and maybe Al Qaeda for a little while. They were worried about bioterrorism, but it's kind of slipped off the radar because our political leaders aren't interested in it anymore, and because there's been no attacks, and there's people kind of. So I wrote that book, and it was like, well, no one really cares about this stuff anymore. But lo and behold, here we are now, 2 years later, and it's actually got the grip of everyone in the world. So I think what needs to happen is, as I mentioned before, this national health security strategy needs to articulate how the intelligence community can bring in expertise. Do they need it's not only just having meetings with people, but do they need to train some of their own people? Do they need to bring in biologists that have security clearances, or do they need to have a trusted circle of people that they can consult with to develop understandings of bio-threats and bioterrorism as we go forward. The intelligence community and the policing community can't do everything and can't understand all these elaborate potential scientific threats. But the intelligence community needs to get a lot more skilled in science and biology. And I think the parallel is the cybersecurity. If you look back 10 years ago, even longer than that, the intelligence community around the world in the US and Australia found itself not understanding cyber and suddenly caught up on them, and they didn't have the analysts and the people inside that understood the technology and the threats. And what I'm worried about now with the rapid change in pandemics and rapid change in biotechnology, our intelligence communities are going to be in the same situation as they were with cyber, and the government's going to have to try and do something about that in a real hurry. And so there's a lot of strategies that we can look at, but some decisions have to be made by governments, by leaders of intelligence communities of how they bring that expertise in.
Thank you, Professor. Maybe Ambassador Vadva, then we can maybe start with our closing comments. Over to you.
Before we go ahead, there is a question which has been repeated multiple times and has been unanswered. I would like to go ahead answering that. So, is there some information available regarding bioterrorism in agriculture? Yes, it is. There are few things that are available with regards to that. The bioterrorism in agriculture is called agroterrorism, and the very first time in India, this has been captured under the National Disaster Management Guidelines on biological disasters and how to deal with agroterrorism related issues. Most recently, under the WHO One Health Initiative, the bioterrorism and agroterrorism initiatives are also aligned with those parts. So Ministry of Agriculture, Department of Animal Husbandry are also a very good part of the One Health approach and the public health emergency infrastructure being built around it. Few agencies which in India are working excessively on this particular subject is the Food Safety Regulatory Authority, the Department of Agriculture, Ministry of Health, the National Disaster Management Authority, and the airport and other seaport related agencies. So all these are actively involved in dealing with bioterrorism and in agriculture.
Chair, we are now. Chair, now
Are we coming
with the
to an end
question.
of the questions, Aditya? I think we have come to the end of all the questions. Have we exhausted them? All right, good. So I'd like to now thank all the panelists. Dr. Shashibala Singh, she's already left. Mr. Lav Verma, Rear Admiral Kursresht, I think he's also not here any longer. Professor Carl Roberts, Professor Patrick Walsh, Colonel Dr. Ram Athavale, and Dr. Saurabh Dalal. Thank you so much for your contribution and patiently answering all the questions from
Maybe
the
we
audience.
can have closing comments from all, sir.
Yes. Now, if any of you would like to take the floor and say something about your impressions and based on the questions also which were asked, you're free to do that. Who would like to go first?
It has been a very enlightening experience for me, though my video has not been working due to bandwidth issues. I have learned a lot in this bioterrorism seminar, and I wish to thank personally to all the speakers who have done so much of hard work and brought out everything so succinctly. Thank you so much.
Well, I would also like to convey my sincere thanks for being made part of such an august gathering today, and with so many experts on the subject talking so confidently on various issues. I have learnt a lot. So thank you for getting me on board here. Thank you very much.
Anybody else?
I'd like to thank you, all of you. Thank you for your very kind invitation to include me in this very important discussion. I'm glad that India is focusing on these issues. And if I have published a lot in this area, and if people are interested in looking at some of my stuff, and I always appreciate comments, my email is pawalsh@csu.edu.au, and I can send you some journal articles and a link to my book. I don't expect you to buy the book, but maybe your library can get it for you, which was published in 2018. And I wish you all a good day, and thank you for the kind invitation.
Thank you, Professor Walsh. Anyone else would like to come in at this stage?
I would also like to thank the chair.
Go ahead.
I would like to thank the chair and all my co-panelists for a wonderful session, and a special request to Colonel Athavale if he could share the presentation, which was very comprehensive and very enlightening. I would love to have a copy of it in my record. Thank you.
Will do, sir.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. If you can send me a mail on my email ID, ramathavale@hotmail.com, I'll be very happy to share that.
We will do that, sir. We will do that, sir, afterwards.
Yes.
I think
I would like to thank the chair for allowing us to present so nicely. Just to take resolve from here that whatever struggles we as have gone through in developing this subject, I hope we will be able to reduce the friction when we pass this knowledge, what we have acquired for safety within the community further. And we look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to say something at this stage? Yes.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
just like to say thanks so much for inviting me onto this. Really interesting and great to hear the work that other people are doing in this area. Fascinating area, and I think it's an area that really needs much more work to be built on it. We've got a long, long way to go. Fantastic to hear that India's developing the processes and the systems. And to echo other people, if anybody's interested in the work we've done with WHO, do feel free to get in touch with me, and I'll happily share where we're up to with that, and happily to carry on with the engagement with everybody really to build this forward. So thanks very much, and thanks once again for a great day.
Thank you. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this session. Once again, thank you very much for participation, and thank you very much to all the presenters. Many thanks indeed on behalf of GCTC. We would now like to go on to the second session, and the second session it has as its theme countermeasures and best practices. So now I would like the Secretariat first to make a presentation and introduce all the panelists, please.
Sure, Ambassador Vadva. I would request our brand ambassador and research coordinators from GCTC to kindly start with their initial introduction of the speakers.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Pankhri Kumar, Research Coordinator and Youth Ambassador for GCTC. And now we'll proceed to introduce the panelists for a second session on countermeasures and best practices. So first we have with us Professor Dr. John M. Nomikos. Professor Dr. John M. Nomikos is the director at the Research Institute for European and American Studies, Athens, Greece. He is the chairman, European Intelligence Agencies, and the Master Certified Anti-Terrorism Specialist and Advisory Board member in the Global Counterterrorism Council, and member of the Hellenic chapter in the Association of US Army. He was awarded the 2019 Life Achievement for Developing of Intelligence Studies in Europe by the International Association for Intelligence Education, European chapter. His specializations include intelligence reform, biological warfare, national security architecture, energy security, Greek-Israel relations, migration issues, and organized crime in the Balkan and Mediterranean region. He has done research and studied in various research institutions in USA, UK, Norway, Israel, Finland, and Germany. Our next panelist for the session would be Dr. Sudarshan Kumar. Dr. Sudarshan Kumar is Distinguished Scientist and former Director General of the Defense Research and Development Organization. He has worked in DRDO for over 33 years and in highly specialized areas of chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear warfare. Dr. Kumar has developed CBRN reconnaissance to counter CBRN threat as per the requirement of armed forces, instantaneous nuclear and chemical detection system for underground shelter, polycarbonate-based dosimeters, spectrometers, microfilters, and environmental survey vehicle for background radioactivity measurements, and got them inducted into the services. SIR has also prepared standard operating procedures for special protection groups, trained SPG personnel to handle CBRN equipment, and helped in the formulation of highly specialized quick response team for different events of national importance. Our third panelist for today is Lieutenant General Sunil Kumar Gediok, AVSM retired. Lieutenant General S.K. Gediok is a 1977 batch former commandant and an alumni of the National Defense Academy and Indian Military Academy. He is a Master of Science, Defense Studies, and Master of Philosophy and Diploma in Senior Level Defense Management. The former General Officer is currently serving with Amity University as Director General, Amity Institute of Defense and Strategic Studies, and Commandment, Amity Institute of Education and Training. He is an environmentalist, philanthropist, accomplished transformational leader, military thinker, and strategist with 40 years of accredited capabilities in the Army. Our next speaker for today is Professor Sudhir Sapori. Professor Sudhir Kumar Sapori is an Indian educationist, plant physiologist, scientist, and former Vice Chancellor of the Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. He is known to be the first to purify a protein kinase C activity from plants and is credited with the identification of topoisomerase as a substrate of protein kinase C. He is an elected fellow of several major Indian science academies and the World Academy of Sciences, and is the recipient of many honors, including the 1987 Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize, the highest Indian award in the science and technology categories. The Government of India awarded him with the fourth highest civilian honor of the Padam Shri in 2007 for his contribution to science and technology. I will now hand over to my colleague Rahul for the rest of the introductions of the panelists. So over to you, Rahul.
Thank you, Pankuri. Good evening, everyone. I'm Rahul Banerjee, a research coordinator and youth ambassador for Global Counterterrorism Council. So the next panel for this evening is Professor Rakesh Bhatnagar. Professor Bhatnagar pursued his PhD from the Department of Biotechnology, National Sugar Institute, Kanpur, and has worked in Freiburg University, Germany, University of Sion, France, NIHAND, USA MRID, USA. He pioneered the teaching of biotechnology at Jawaharlal Nehru University. Professor Bhatnagar is well known for developing recombinant vaccine against anthrax. Professor Bhattnagar's research has been ranked 7th. The first 6 were from Pasteur Institute, Harvard Medical School, NIH, and USAM RIID in the anthrax research globally. He is the fellow of National Science Academy, New Delhi, India, Indian Academy of Science, Bangalore, and National Academy of Science, Allahabad. Professor Bhatnagar is also responsible for the creation of a world-class biological safety lab, level 3. Currently, Professor Bhatnagar holds the position of Vice Chancellor at the Banaras Hindu University. We have with us this evening Dr. Devkanta Pahar Singh. Dr. Singh is the Director, Project Management of Life Sciences Cluster of DRDO, an alumnus of NIT Rourkela. Dr. Singh holds joined DRDO as part of its gas turbine research establishment. He has established DRDO's most advanced and comprehensive calibration facility at GTRE. As the Director of Life Sciences Cluster of DRDO, he has been instrumental incorporating a new vision and implementing missions of life sciences research and development in areas of chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear defense, life support systems, operational support systems, and civil military interface. He has led transformational initiatives for operational energy for remote and difficult terrains. In the fight against COVID-19, 1.5 million PPEs and 1 million masks based on DRDO technology has been produced and supplied to the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare by DRDO's industry partners. This evening we have with us Chris Phillips. Chris Phillips is a consultant, speaker, and recognized counterterrorism and security expert. He is the founder and managing director of the International Project and Prepare Security Office. He started the company after 30 years as a police officer. He has provided consulting advice and support to various blue chip companies such as Honda UK, Register Larkin, Sodexo, etc. He has represented the government of United Kingdom in a number of countries as a counter-terrorism expert and has developed and trained many police, military, and business people in counter-terrorism. He has developed courses for the private sector related to terrorism and travels frequently to Southeast Asia and India, where he has trained over 250 personnel on counter-terrorism security. His speaking typically includes 10 plus keynote speeches a year at major conferences in the UK and abroad. He is widely acknowledged as an expert in counterterrorism and security on national and world media, and is a commentator on policing, security, and counterterrorism matters on all main media outlets in the United Kingdom. We have with us Professor Barry Kelman. Professor Kelman is a law professor at DePaul University College of Law, currently teaching environmental law, international criminal law, international law of weapons control, and international environmental justice and stability. For 24 years, Professor Kelman has concentrated on legal challenges concerning weapons control and international security. He has chaired the Committee on Legal Experts for the Chemical Weapons Convention in 1992 and initiated the Interpol program on prevention of biological terrorism. Professor Kelman is the author of Bioviolence, Preventing Biological Terrorism and Crime. He has also received 3 Fulbright Awards to the University of Pristina, Kosovo, Wallenberg University, Lund University, Sweden, and Fudan University in Shanghai, China. We have with us the session chair, Ambassador Anil Wadhwa. Ambassador Wadhwa has been a member of the Indian Foreign Service from 1979 to 2017 and has acquired diverse experience in international economics, diplomacy, etc. Over his career spanning 37 years, he has served as the Indian ambassador to Thailand, Italy, Oman, Poland, etc. and has also been posted to the permanent mission of India to the United Nations. Ambassador Wadhwa has also served in the Organization of Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, OPCW, The Hague for 7 years, and was part of the group of 20 experts responsible for building, recruiting, and setting up of the rules for the organization that specialized in chemical industry and technology. I now hand over the session to the session chair, Ambassador Anil Wadhwa. Ambassador Wadhwa, up to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Rahul, and I'd like to thank Pankuri and Rahul both for introducing our distinguished panelists. It's a star-studded panel indeed. As he was introducing us, there was a tremor in Delhi, and fortunately, it doesn't seem to be very much high on the Richter scale. But nonetheless, everything got shaken up here. So those of you who are outside, I think you're safer than being in Delhi. Let me now, say a few words. Much has been said already in our first session. We're just taking over, going into the second session. But I'd like to extend my best wishes and welcome to all the panelists once again. And I would like to, essentially say that for the second session of this webinar on bioterrorism and high consequence biological threats, we will focus on countermeasures and best practices in the field of bioterrorism. As we know, bioweapons are vicious. They are capable of very high levels of destruction. They can leave long-lasting and sometimes permanent damage to the environment and living beings. And as such, it is a serious and complex threat that needs to be examined carefully. And it is essential to be prepared and to devise effective countermeasures so that we can thwart the threat of at a very early stage. So it becomes imperative for countries, therefore, to research and analyze the best course of action that they should practice in the face of such severe threats. Again, a comprehensive approach seems to be necessary to combat the threat of bioterrorism. It should be multifaceted and also incorporate efforts such as preventing the proliferation of biological weapons, also for developing methods for detecting covert biological weapons programs, formulating strategies where necessary for deterring their use if biological weapons do proliferate, and then devising mechanisms for protecting civilian and military populations if this deterrence fails. Now, as far as India is concerned, there is a need here in India to be well prepared as well, like any other country, and to develop strategies accordingly. A strategy to counter bioterrorism will not only assist India in the management of a crisis, but also will provide this huge population and the first responders with instructions and guidelines for the necessary conduct. And for a country like India, like I said, it's huge and diverse. A devised strategy will save countless lives and may even reduce the effects of biological weapons, which could be devastating otherwise. So India needs to lead the way to ensure that India, alongside the world, has mechanisms and contingency plans to counter bioterrorism in the most effective manner which is possible. So without further ado, let me invite the esteemed panel of speakers to share their expertise and to discuss the possible countermeasures and best practices which can be utilized in the face of bioterrorism. And I would like to once again remind all the panelists that we have 7 minutes. So please, if you can take out your wristwatches, if you have them, place that in front of you. Otherwise, I'll have to intervene and remind you just about half a minute before the time is up. The first on my list is Professor Dr. John Nomikos. May I invite you, Professor, to take the floor now? Professor, are you there?
Who, Professor what?
Professor Namikos?
No, sir, he's right now not there. Maybe we
All
can
right.
connect
So
with Smith.
we can go on to the next speaker and then come back to him. Dr. Sudarshan Kumar. Can Yes, sir. You have the floor.
Yeah.
Dr.
At the
Sudarshan,
outset,
we are not able to see you.
yeah. At the outset, I thank the organizers for
Dr.
giving me
Sudarshan, we are
opportunity.
not able to see you, sir. Kindly open your camera, sir. On your camera. Switch on your camera, please.
Okay. Yes, sir. Okay.
Yes, sir.
At the outset, I thank the organizers for giving me opportunity to talk on the most important topic, bioterrorism threats. In my talk, I will discuss about the definition of terrorism, bioterrorism, security environments, future challenges to curtail terrorism. By definition, I say the terror-sponsored terrorism has spread around the globe, and it is defined as an act of violence by non-state actors perpetuated against a civilian population intended to cause fear or perpetual political mileage out of this. But when it is done through using bacteria, fungus, or toxin from living organism to kill the disease, so we call it as a bioterrorism. Biowarfare agents are, as already told, are basically classified into three categories. Category A, high threat to national security. Why? Because easily disseminated, transmitted from person to person, high mortality and potential of public impact. Might result into a public panic and social disruptions. It required special action for public health preparedness. Examples already told to you: anthrax, smallpox, plague, and so many things. Second category when we talk about is the second highest threat to national security because they are easily disseminated, cause moderately high mortality, require enhancement of diagnostic capacity and enhanced clear surveillance, etc. Here also the bioagents are many, few are the few fevers, ricin, toxin, etc. Third category when we talk about is the third highest threat to the national security, easily obtainable, easily produced, disseminated, potential to cause high morbidity and mortality with major health impact, Nipah virus, hantavirus, and all sort of things. So biowarfare characteristics are very well known. I will just touch upon one, anthrax. The source of infection is inhalation, absorption, and ingestion. As a result, but the symptoms are different. When you talk about inhalation, the person feels fever, chest pain, and respiratory failures, etc. But when you talk about, but the incubation period is different. In this case, the incubation period is 1 to 6 days. But when it is caused by absorption, then you have a intense etching followed by lesions, vascular frames, scabs, and edema. And when it is caused through ingestion, then the person has a problem of abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, severe diarrhea, bleeding, etc. And the incubation period is 1 to 6 days. But similarly, each biowarfare agents have three different characteristics. And for the sake of that, I have just tapped one. Now, why it is appealing to terrorists? There are three reasons. One, economy. Second, not possible to detect easily. And third, easily it can be prepared. When we talk about economy, it has to be in the light of this, that if we spend $1 per kilometer square for causing a mass casualty, so it will cost $1 for biological weapon, but when we compare it with the chemical, it will cost us $600. And when we talk about the nuclear, it will cost us $800. And for conventional warfare, it will cost us $2,000. So economically, it is cheap. That's why terrorists will go for this. Detection. It is extremely difficult to defend against them since the cloud is colorless, odorless, and silent. Currently, there is no technology available to just find out from the cloud that there is a bio attack, because the initial symptoms are similar. Anybody who is exposed to that will have a fever, throat infection, and all sort of thing. Till the time the incubation period is complete, only then we will be able to judge the person is suffering from a biowarfare attack. As a result, what happens? It gives ample of time for terrorists to leave that place. So it's easy for them to use and then get out of that place. And third, the most important is the production. As you know, the production is very easy. A lot have been said about that, so I will not touch upon that. But anything which is used for the manufacturing of vaccine, all sort of thing, can also be used in this sort of thing here. When you talk about the security trends in the world, why this threat has been predominant is due to this. Diffusion of powers in polycentrism, rise of regional powers, countries seeking to expand the weapons of mass destruction, and the most important is cooperation, coordination between non-state actors, terrorist organizations, and rogue states. That is the biggest challenge. The terrorist organizations which are primarily has the capability to do that. One can find out non-state actors in the Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Haqqani groups, Hamas, LET, ISIS, and so many organizations are there who has capability to do that. One of the most important thing I would like to tell you here is that now in terrorism, most of the intelligent people are joining that. Highly technically trained people are joining, PhDs, engineers, and these people, they are getting alert to that and they are joining this. As a result, the threat has increased many folds. Now, the motivation for them is manipulation of negative social perceptions, create a fear, seize power, loss of impact, loss of state, loss of government credibility, etc. Impact is on three things: economy, psychological, and health. And the terrorist effects is going to be very, very localized. They will cause at the places, at the railway stations, religious places, sports, high-profile consumers, as well as that. Because of the time, I may not talk about the biological history of biological events where it has happened, but it is very well known that this has been used in the ancient time also. Only difference was the technique at that time was primitive, and they were not able to do that. And as a result, now in the 21st century, when we are going, the highly sophisticated techniques are available, and they have access and capability to develop these sort of weapons and use it for creating a panic in the society and all sort of things. Now, I come back to that. What are the challenges? The first and foremost is this technology, as I have told you, techniques for early detection is not at all available. There are countries, they have laser-based technologies to see just from the cloud for 1 or 2 kilometers, but to exactly identify whether it's what is this virus is not there. So it takes time to analyze and get it this sort of thing. It's the biggest challenge to develop the techniques. Moreover, bioterrorism is going to be localized. So detailed SOP, how to handle will be required this bioterrorism. As my earlier colleague has said, I would also like to say, training and awareness is very, very important factor in this case. So that it is when this happens, one should be look into that. We have a proliferation treaty, non-proliferation treaty. When we talk about that, stringent laws are required so that people should not misuse that. Even though we say 184 countries have signed that BWC treaty, but 11 countries are still there who are making use of this sort of thing. Now, the infrastructure is very important. One has to look for infrastructure, both in R&D as well as medical infrastructure, and one should look into that. Here, I'll give you the two examples. Swine flu, which we call as Spanish flu, which happened in 100 years back, which killed 5 crores people, and 50 crores got infected. But mankind never learned a lesson out of it, because this was also a pandemic. And after 102 years, we have again entered into a situation where COVID-19 has killed more than 11 million people and nearly 500,000 deaths. That means the countries, they started working toward the nuclear arsenal. We can say that we have about 14,000 warheads to deal with each other in the whole around the globe. But looking into the damage caused by COVID-19, especially in the most advanced countries, we can clearly say that we were ill prepared to handle even the biological pandemics, which we thought is a minor thing we can deal with very easily. Therefore, looking into all these aspects and the type of terrorism which is going to spread its wings throughout the globe, the bioterrorism threat is going to be much more potential in this new millennium. And as a result, we need to address these issues by working out on the infrastructure, technologies, SOPs. As one of the colleagues has said, that we need to have a one center where we should start giving sort of training as well as preparing the people to do that. Moreover, one thing more I will say before concluding, that we must have some sort of syllabus of this in our higher secondary schools as an optional subject, so that we should prepare our younger youth to face these future threats in detail. With this, I end my lecture. I thank the organizers again to giving me opportunity to share my thoughts on this occasion. Thank you very much.
Dr. Kumar, thank you so much, and for that particular suggestion of yours that we must introduce the subject now in school as well, at least a chapter or so, so that students are aware of the issue. I can see Professor Dr. John Nomikas, who's joined us now, and we would like to call upon you, sir, to make your presentation at this stage. Thank you so much. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself.
Professor Nomikas, kindly unmute yourself, please.
Now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead,
Yes.
sir.
Okay. Except that I'm the director of the Research Institute for European American Studies in Athens, Greece. I'm a master anti-terrorism specialist, as I'm coming from an exercises. Apologies that I wore military clothes because I didn't have time to change. So I wanted to comment some practical issues on the operational level. Allow me just to focus on two issues. Number one, dealing, with the biological terrorism in the Balkan and Mediterranean and in the European Union. I would like to say that there's a lot of emphasis right now from the European countries how to coordinate and the intelligence information related to the bioterrorism, because many of the European countries, including Greece and the Balkans, of course, have a lot of anxiety how to deal with biological warfare. Of course, they have done a lot of exercises on the military law enforcement, but they do understand that the best way, to deal with invisible enemy like a coronavirus or more virus coming in the near future is to join forces. So beyond the field, I do understand that there is no unilateral country that has, actively succeeded in dealing with that. It's almost impossible. So the European Commission has done, a so-called practitioner, joining team. What that means? That means they invited, practitioners and academic. This is very important. They don't invite only practitioners which on the field they do operational work, but they do academics that they do, work on biological terrorism, like you in the, in the Global Counter-Terrorism Council. So Europe is doing on the right direction. It's moving on the right direction. Number one. Number two, they do realize that they have to come together, the small and the big countries. If I can say the word small and big, I mean like France, UK, Germany, Scandinavia, but especially the Balkan states, because the Balkan states are very vulnerable. Organized crime, human trafficking, transnational, crime, illegal trafficking of guns, so on, is taking place, and of course, illegal migration is taking place much easier in the Balkan than in the northern, and Scandinavia states. So, priority number one, join forces. How? Collect, analyze, and disseminate information among the member states, the EU member states, and they realize that they need to go outside the European Union. This is a good signal from the European Union member state, which is, of course, as you realize, Greece is a member of NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and of course, the EU. So they wanted to coordinate, with North Africa state, Middle East, including Israel. But I participate in many meetings, and I have to tell you that there is a lot of interest, to exchange ideas, exchange best practices with the countries from Southeast Asia, like like India. Like Singapore, like Japan, like Australia. Another point that I want to share with you, ladies and gentlemen, is that many European countries are very reluctant to exchange information or to collaborate openly with China. All right, for some reason, they are very distinct and very careful how to share information with China. I don't see a lot, of interest, on the Chinese point of view. And many Europeans, when they talk about biological terrorism or biological, warfare or virus, they are talking about the Chinese virus. In other words, they identify. They don't talk, abstractly like who is this virus. No, they say the Chinese virus. That's another observation that I want to make. But before I go to my second point, in the 8 minutes that I have to share my knowledge with you, you have to realize that intelligence sharing is not only a European perspective, it's about transatlantic, perspective too, the European Union and the United States. But right now, I see many, European countries, especially Greece, which I'm from, and the Balkan states where I visit every day, that they wanted to have, they like to open channel with the countries like India, not so much with China, I have to say that, with India and Southeast Asia, and including, like I said, the other states like Thailand, whatever, New Zealand and Australia. This is a point that everybody should take it into consideration in the lovely country in India. So India is a country that you might be surprised that the Europeans might, collaborate with you in the coming weeks. All right, don't be surprised. Number one. And number two, dealing with bioterrorism, it needs to have, law enforcement and armed forces, and of course the intelligence community, collaborate very closely. Another thing that I would like to share to you from my own, practical and operational level, as well as academic, is that there is a lot of anxiety on the airport, and the airport security, all right? So airport security is not taking only the medical, examination, who is affected by the coronavirus or not, but they have to worry about, virus transferred by airport, by airplane, airport, and so on. So there will be a lot of attention to the flight. So this is going to be a global phenomenon. And another issue, Mr. Aditya, that I want to talk to you in my 8 minutes that I have, I think, and I propose that to many policymakers in Europe, and especially the Balkan and Mediterranean, that India and the other Southeast Asia, they should come with the so-called Southeast Asia or India pandemic crisis communication manual. Pandemic crisis communication manual from the India perspective or from the other Southeast Asia country, because whatever it happens to us, it happens to you. But if we are going to have another virus that we need to deal, hypothetical scenario, at least we need to have a manual how to do it, how to act, how the first responder could communicate. So the best practices of the pandemic crisis communication manual should be exchanged from one country to another, because in a biological, terrorism, whatever it happens in India, or it happens in Greece, or it happens in Canada, or in Brussels, is automatically taking place. There is no time difference here. All right. So the Global Counterterrorism Council should take some initiative, and the biological, terrorism, to provide some initiative. And of course, another idea that I want to pass to you is that the think tank, like my own that I preside here in Greece, in the Balkan, we need to find a way to exchange ideas via newsletter, via something like a document. It's a very good idea to get to know each other. It's a very good idea to have the opportunity to talk to you, but a good idea sometimes sooner or later to come up with a 1 page or 2 page, ideas how to help each other. So to summarize my very briefly, analysis, 3 points I want to point out. Number one, intelligence sharing from Europe to Southeast Asia, especially India, which is a huge country, and take initiative. Number two, crisis communication about pandemia from Southeast Asia to Europe and to the United States. And number three, law enforcement, armed forces and the intelligence community should collaborate together and to establish an ad hoc, task force in order, to communicate with the practitioners. But please pay attention, not only the practitioners, but the academicians too. The academicians, have to participate and to be like an observer or consultant, whatever, the government or the think tank decide. This is my 3 points. In the 10 minutes I have to share my knowledge with you. Thank you very much, all of you, especially, my good friend, Mr. Adityo, for providing me the opportunity here in Europe to share my knowledge with you. Mr. Adityo, you have the stage there. Thank you, sir.
Professor Nomikos, thank you very much for those thoughts. And we've noted about your suggestion that there should be a pandemic crisis communication manual, which will help all countries. Many thanks for that presentation. I would now like to call upon Lieutenant General Sunil Kumar Gadlok. He's with us.
Joining in very shortly. We can start.
Right. So we will go back to him later. And I would like to ask Professor Sudhir Sopori, whom I can see clearly now on the screen. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ambassador Wadhwa. Actually, I must mention right in the outset that I'm no expert in this field, but as Aditya would have it, that he wanted somebody from GCTC also to participate in this meeting. My colleague who will follow me, Dr. Rakesh Bhatnagar, has worked in this area, and I think he will be able to give you more details on this. I have very few points which I want to make as a biologist, because I'm basically a biologist. There was a book which I read long back. It was in 1997. This was by Richard Preston. The title of the book was The Cobra Event. And this is on genetic engineering of superviruses. Now that was kind of a science fiction which was written. But I think when we see the situation today and what has happened during the last 2 decades, now these kinds of imaginations are no longer in the domain of science fiction, but they have entered into the realm of reality. And this is because of the great advancements which have been done in the area of molecular biology, in the area of genomics, genetic engineering, and more specifically, which is coming up, is the area of synthetic biology, which is coming. And this area, this information which has been generated through these research work as well as technology, has great potential for the beneficial uses of this technology in order to solve some of our problems with respect to diseases and other things. Yet, there is a possibility also that the same technologies can be used to create superbugs and can be misused. It's similar to like thermonuclear situation where you can use it for creation of energy or you can use it for destruction of humanity. Now, it's not that it is not possible to create these kinds of bugs. There have been instances, papers published in Science magazine, where they had created artificial polio virus. So this was done with respect to understanding this virus biology and its transmission purposes, and not from the perspective of a terrorism act. And similarly, which was with respect to a specific intention, they had also created what we called as the pathogenic fusarium. And this is a very deadly disease in plant systems. And if you make it very, very specific, and they had done it so, to destroy the whole plantation of cocoa plants in Cambodia. Now, there were a lot of people who voiced opinion against this, and this was finally stopped. So you can have creation of these pathogenic organisms, which can affect humans, which can affect animal life, and which can also affect plant life. So this we have to see that it is not only with perspective of human, but all biological life can be destroyed through this biological warfare if somebody intends to do that. Now, in terms of the topic which we are talking about, the counter measures, or what we call as the biodefense strategy, which one should have. From the perspective of a biologist, I look at it 3 different points which we should think about. One is monitoring and surveillance. And this is what I also would call as biointelligence, that you should be able to use the data which is being generated across different laboratories in the world, and through artificial intelligence driven technologies, you can develop models to predict this, what we call as the science of futurology, which is coming up, to predict what is going to happen in next decade, next 5 years or later on. And you can check on the origin and the nature of threat through using this big data analysis and other things. And lately, what people have doing, which is for a beneficial purpose, is they've started what we call as the Earth microbiome genome. And this is what is little more thing which one should look at, where they want to look at every microbe, sequence it, and where it is present in the whole planet, and including the microbes which are present in the human guts. Now, if this information, huge information which is coming up, is utilized, including the Human Genome Project and population genome projects which are coming up, if somebody wants to misuse it, that's where I think this surveillance becomes very important. They can check up through this genome data which populations are most sensitive to which microorganisms if they are modified in a specific way. And so this whole bio target can become population specific. So I think one has to really see the kind of information which is flowing up and the technologies which are coming. It's very important that we monitor and keep a record of this to find out what is going to happen in the future. So this is one thing which probably we should do as a counter measure or as a biodefense strategy. The second thing, I personally feel that the governments like in India, I think they must invest very high in R&D technology from the perspective of long-term planning. And this should not be missed, this long-term planning, while we are taking care of the urgent threat of a particular priority which we have. But I think with COVID, what has happened, we must plan for future and invest in different science R&D technology. So we should use this knowledge of genome knowledge if it is coming up with this R&D technology. One of the counter would be to boost immunity in the systems. You know what the kind of biological or DNA data it is which can help in boosting immunity. We can study our own bacterial viral genomes and across the other continent to detect, to identify and see what can happen to them in future, whether it's possible to tinker with their genes through genome editing or other technologies. We should have a major program in, depending upon these kinds of information, on vaccine development, on antibiotic development, and of course, improvement in the health systems, health workers. These are the things in which we need to invest. In fact, in JNU, we had somebody was talking about in terms of starting courses in these areas, which is a very good point. And we had started what we call the transdisciplinary cluster, which has now become a center for disaster research, a separate spatial center, where we thought these kinds of things would be taught. So besides these 2 points, monitoring and surveillance, investment in R&D sector on different areas, the third point, the last point which I want, is a coordinated response from different agencies. Now, if you see within this country, we have different nodal ministries which take care of different laws and acts, whether it's Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Defense, we just heard, DRDO, Ministry of Agriculture, and many support ministries, Urban Ministry, Water Ministry, and so on. And this is all spread out there. I think the research is required in terms of coordinating the activities of these ministries and develop a what I call as anticipatory governance structure. So you must have a governance structure where if anything emergency situation happens, how does we take over it and fight for it? So these are the things which I think we probably need to look at in future in terms of our biodefense strategy. These are the few points. There are many more, but I think I will stop it here. Thank you very much.
Professor Sapori, thank you so much for those three very clear points and recommendations, and also the governance structure that you have proposed. I'm sure it'll be a very useful suggestion going forward. I have now on my. May I go back to Lieutenant General Sunil Kumar Gadde if he is there?
No, sir. He will be joining in very shortly. We'll update you, sir.
Right. Okay. So we'll ask Professor Rakesh Bhatnagar if he's here to speak now. Professor Rakesh Bhatnagar?
Yeah, I'm very much here.
Thank you.
Good evening. First of all, let me thank the organizer to give me a chance to speak to such galaxy of experts on bioterrorism. Let me share with you that I have worked all my life for the last 35 years on bioterrorism defense only. I went to United States and worked in US Army Medical Research Institute for infectious diseases, where I got the training to work on anthrax. Anthrax is one of the most terrible bioterror organisms which can be used by bioterrorists. If you remember, in 2001, there was a time when some of the notorious person has sent some of the envelopes to Florida to attack some of the congressmen and some of the media persons. And about 13 people got infected and 5 people were dead. So even during this time, we are seeing that anybody can make use of bioterror attack. There are so many bioterror organisms which are known. They may be virus, they may be bacteria, and they are well known. So my suggestion to this panel would be that we have to make strategy by 3 different ways. Number 1, we have to have the surveillance. The group of scientists should always work on surveillance, what kind of organisms we are getting in the environment, so that we can get a warning what kind of attacks are possible. We should be analyzing the soil samples, we should be analyzing the air samples. So if anybody is trying to develop bioweapons, gradually you will see them in your detection system. The second thing, which is very important, is developing the biodefense. As I told you that my laboratory works on anthrax as well as other bioterror agents, and we try to develop vaccine against them. Unfortunately, when I came to India, there was not a single institution in 1989 which was focusing on developing vaccine against bioterror agent. So when I went to ask for a grant on anthrax, perhaps they did not know what this organism is. But gradually we developed a recombinant vaccine against anthrax, which we passed on to the industry. So what we are supposed to do is we have to have a group on surveillance. We have to have a group which can develop modern tools where detection can be done. These days, there are biosensors which you can develop for a particular specific organism, for a particular virus, which will give you a signal. Those things can be employed at airport, they can be employed anywhere on our borders, so that you immediately get the signal whether some bioterror agent is being tried or not. And the second thing is to develop defense system and that are vaccines. Today it's possible, let us say COVID-19, we are seeing that people are able to come up to the clinical trials within a very short time. This virus we did not know 6 months back, and people have already started doing clinical trials. And that happens when you do the things on a war footing. And I always believe that if we think that bioterror attack is a real problem, then we should have an institution which is dedicated to bioterror defense. And people will be working on the surveillance, people will be working on detecting the bioterror agents, and there will be a group of people who will be working on developing vaccine. And the third thing which is important is to develop certain things which can treat the disease. See, first you detect and avoid the infection. If you are not able to do, then you have to have a vaccine so that even if this attacks you, you are protected against it. And the third thing, which is very important, is to have a strategy where you develop certain drugs or certain therapeutic antibodies against all these bioterror agents. Again, you know, in my laboratory, we are able to develop a therapeutic antibody against anthrax. So even if you are not able to detect, even if you don't have the vaccine, you can always have a patient detected and treat the patient with therapeutic antibodies which can neutralize the infection, which can neutralize the toxin. So all these three strategies, if we concentrate and have an institution where certain number of scientists are dedicated to work on certain organisms, I am sure we will be much well prepared than we are today. Let me tell you, the country is not prepared against any bioterror attack. And this is a serious thing. Today, let us say COVID-19 came, we were running around and we didn't even have the technology to develop our own detection system. We were importing all the time everything from abroad. We didn't have the system to do the diagnosis on our own. Developing vaccine takes time, but we have learned the lesson by COVID-19 that it can be done faster. For example, people have phase 1 trials, phase 2 trials, and phase 3 trials. In my opinion, for vaccine, there should not be phase 1 and phase 2, they can be combined. And I think in COVID-19, they are doing that. So if we try to develop detection system, particularly using modern gadgets, electronics, and try to develop sensors where we can immediately spot the infection in the air, infection on the surface. We develop the capability to develop vaccine against all possible bioterror agents which are known. And the third thing, if we concentrate on developing the drugs and developing the therapeutic antibodies, I think the country will be well prepared. And as my previous speaker told, that we have to have a cooperation between countries. You cannot do anything alone. So if we collaborate with the countries and put our energies together, put our mind together, and when things are developed for detection or for defense as vaccines or therapeutic antibodies or drug, we should share the technology with the rest of the world so that everybody doesn't have to rediscover the wheel. So these are the things in nutshell I would like that the country should plan to have an institution specifically concentrated, specifically working on biodefense, and there should be only 3 areas: detection, prevention, and treatment. If we can do that, the country will be ready to face any challenge. Thank you very much.
Professor Bhatnagar, thank you so much for your suggestions on detection system, on sensors, therapeutic antibodies, and also the fact that we have to share whatever we do. Otherwise, it does gets that much more difficult. Thank you so much. I'd now like to call upon Dr. Devkan Pahar Singh, if he's here.
Sir, he will join at around 8:50.
Right. So then we go on to Mr. Chris Phillips. Mr. Chris Phillips, I can see you on the screen. Please go ahead.
Oh, hello, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here. Am I coming out loud and clear?
Yes, you are.
Excellent. Thank you. I imagine there's a bit of a delay on the line as I'm in London at the moment. It's a great pleasure to be speaking to you all. I've been to India many times and a great deal of work with your police authorities and your security teams as well. So a great pleasure to be here today. To give you some history, I became head of the UK's National Counter-Terrorism Security Office in 2005. And you may remember 2005 was a time when we had some terrorist attacks on our metro and in the bus. And consistently, we've had terrorist attacks since then. One of my responsibilities was the protection of pathogens and toxins and also radioactive sources and anything basically that the terrorists might want to use to cause carnage in the UK and across the world. What we had to do is look at some of the actual threats. And when I say actual threats, I mean people that we were watching and what they were actually planning to do. And we found that pathogens and toxins were on their radar. They were interested in that. We also found that there was an intention and a group that actually went to prison because they were intended to poison the water supply of a major city. And so we had to look at those things. And then, of course, a few years later, we had the anthrax attacks in the US, which has just been spoken about, which again made us think about what we needed to protect, how we could protect it, and actually where the products were that we needed to protect. And that's quite an interesting one. So when we started looking at the places that held pathogens, toxins, and radioactive sources, unbelievably to me, actually, at the time, it was hospitals. Now, hospitals are generally very unprotected spaces, but they hold often laboratories, they often hold radioactive sources for treating cancer, and all these things which are an ideal piece of equipment to cause carnage across the world. Subsequent to that, of course, we also had accidental releases of pathogens, which you may not be aware in the UK. We had the foot and mouth epidemic, which was caused by an accidental release from a laboratory. So we had to look at this and try to work out how we could actually make it more difficult for people that wanted to get hold of this stuff to get hold of it. And we put in a series of protection measures around the laboratories. And what we found was one of the biggest issues was not only the protection of them, but actually if something went wrong in one of these laboratories, how you could actually control any leakage. And to some extent, I think many people here will know that actually sometimes you just have to burn them down. It's the only way to deal with that kind of threat. So obviously you need to be very careful where you build these laboratories in the first place. And quite rightly, you'll have seen over the last 6 months the fact that this leakage that appears to have happened in China, I don't think we still know, and we may never know how that got into the system. Either it was someone from the local laboratory that's deliberately or accidentally released it. So that brings me on to another subject, was the insider threat. People that work in these industries becoming a threat to society. Now, an accidental release of either a pathogen or a toxin is one thing, but when it's a deliberate release, and I give you the example of a deliberate release of anthrax into the underground network of a major city, the results would be astonishingly bad for society. Astonishingly bad, to an extent that we would have many thousands of deaths in that city alone, because the spread is so quick and so rampant. And of course, what we saw with the anthrax attack in the US, which was interestingly mentioned earlier, was the fact that that was a military grade anthrax. Anthrax which was made in such a way that it was designed to spread. So as soon as it was released, it spread wider and wider and kept spreading. So these are really difficult things that need to be protected. But if we don't protect them, if we don't prevent them getting into the hands of bad people, then we will surely suffer more scenarios like we've seen in Miami in the US, but also this latest COVID-19 attack or whatever it is. And interestingly, there was, if you look into the background of the laboratory in China, there was a number of people that said that the levels of security were very poor, but also there was also a grave concern about of COVID-19 coming from the US or Canada and being taken over there by scientists through normal airline baggage, all of which is incredibly concerning. So how do we make sure that the security levels in laboratories, in hospitals, are good enough to give us protection? Well, that's a very, very big subject. It starts with protective security of the assets. It starts with ensuring that you have real close supervision of everyone that works within those sites. And I can assure you, from time to time now, you find that isn't the case. Trust is not good enough with these products because they're so dangerous. And I also think this issue of the insider. So someone that may decide to become a very bad person that goes and works in your laboratory and steals some of the product in order to disperse it, maybe for money. These things all exist. And I think we need to take security seriously. From a governmental perspective, these need to be lumped in together to some extent. All the items that terrorists might want to use to attack us. And there needs to be a real layer of security, and not only a layer of security in all these sites, but also security which identifies when there's been some kind of a leakage. So I would say that in the UK we try to do this very well, but even so we've had errors and mistakes. Even so we had a foot and mouth accidental leakage. So the government has to put together a strategy not only to be able to prevent these leaks from happening, prevent someone stealing anthrax, COVID, whatever, and releasing it into society, but also for dealing with it. And the lessons that we must learn from COVID are that we need to be much more prepared. And a pandemic was at the highest point of the UK's risk register, but yet still we weren't prepared for it. Countries that were prepared for it were those countries that had previously had similar incidents. And we're looking at South Korea, we're looking at the Southeast Asia. They were much more prepared for this than the West. And I imagine India as well. It's very difficult when these things get out and go to get control back. And it's taken 6 months now for most countries to try and get this thing under control. That's too high a price to pay, too high a cost to society and human lives. So I would urge government to get control of all these things that I've mentioned, pathogens, toxins, radioactive sources, and have a real strategy for who's allowed to use it, how they're allowed to use it, and what controls are in place to protect them. I think that's it for me.
Chris Phillips, thank you so much for, that's a very practical advice, and so important to make sure that the governments take control of the assets and make sure that there are foolproof methodologies which are in place to guard against leakages. And I think it was very telling when you mentioned about the leakage in China. It could be anything, and obviously, if it is a deliberate leak or an insider threat, and then obviously we have to learn lessons from there. So thank you so much. I now would like to call upon Professor Barry Kelman. Professor Kelman, welcome. I was negotiating the Chemical Weapons Convention in 1992 when you were actually heading the legal committee. and I remember you from there. And it's a pleasure to see you again. And you have the floor now.
Professor Berry, kindly unmute yourself, please, sir. Professor Kelman, kindly unmute yourself here. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Great. First of all, to the organizers, thank you very much for inviting me. It's been over a decade since I've been to India, so I appreciate this effort to this moment to revisit, however virtually. I want to start with the question of what makes bioterrorism different than a natural pandemic, and the answer here, I think, is quite obvious. It is the element of intentionality. And that permeates everything that we talk about in terms of dealing with biological terrorism. All right, I can move on then. I have three very broad points to make, the quite obvious points. One, the prevention and response are two sides of the same coin. Or if you prefer, they are a double helix wound upon each other. We can't really separate the measures to prevent biological terrorism from the measures to respond to it. For one thing, there is simply the issue of time. Can't effectively respond to bioterrorism by preparing for it when it has happened. You have to prepare for that response, and the preparation for that response will call on many of the same capacities that would be required for detecting and preventing biological terrorism. So it's important to see that we have really not a separation of time sequence, but an intersection of time sequence. The second point, no less obvious, it's been made by a number of speakers already. The threat of bioterrorism is inherently global. Now we're seeing that any pandemic spreads across the world with remarkable speed. But again, the difference with biological terrorism is that the attacker can move the disease as he or she chooses. So that even if an attack happens in one place, and even if the particular attack is localized, for example, not using a contagious agent, that attack can be repeated in another place. So we have to think about how we approach this on an international level. I'm not discounting, of course, the importance of national preparation and development of countermeasures, but we have to see fundamentally that the problem is global. Third, and I want to spend my time on this, we should think about coping with bioterrorism, confronting bioterrorism, as involving three major capacities, and these intersect somewhat in the manner of a Venn diagram. First is public health. Second is bioscience and biotechnology. And the third is law enforcement. I'm going to skip over public health, not because it isn't important. It's very important, but it's been discussed quite a bit, and I want to focus on the last two. Bioscience and biotechnology. Dr. Mataguchi, I hope I'm pronouncing it right or close, made the point about how the bioscience biotech community is so necessary. First of all, to detect any kind of problem, any kind of release from a laboratory, any kind of request for materials that seems suspicious, but also to identify what is the agent causing the pandemic and to develop countermeasures. Now, with regard to COVID-19, for various reasons, the biotech bioscience community lost about 2 months at the early part of this year. That is, we knew there was the potential, very real potential for a global pandemic right around New Year's. And yet we identified it, and the biotech, bioscience community got fully engaged somewhat closer to the beginning of March. Those 2 months that were horrifyingly lost. I don't want to go into the reasons for it, but it's critical to think that the bioscience, biotechnology community has to be engaged on day one. In fact, has to be engaged before day one in order to be effective. I'll come back to that if I have a moment. The third group, and it's already been discussed, was discussed in the earlier session, is law enforcement. And here we have a challenge that is, of course, very different than a natural pandemic. Because the role of law enforcement in an intentionally inflicted disease is to identify and apprehend the inflictors, the criminals who are conducting these attacks. Once again, we have to understand that that law enforcement will inherently be international. And so we have to think about, do we have the mechanisms for for law enforcement to work together in a way that allows for transmission of information, cooperation, sharing of intelligence, etc. That was why I was so proud to be involved with the Interpol program on preventing biological terrorism. Because the idea of that program was not to focus on any particular nation, of course, but to enhance the global capability to deal with the threats. And if I might say, I think that the Interpol initiative has been reasonably effective. We shouldn't accept perfection in the international system, perhaps, but it has made a real contribution to international peace and security. Now, why is law enforcement so important? I've already mentioned, obviously, the early detection of criminal activity. There may be sources that are not the disease agent itself that can be detected and prevent the disease, or at least prevent its spread, or at least enable accurate and effective and speedy response. The larger point, though, I want to conclude with is the element of social disruption. We are seeing here, especially in the United States, perhaps, that pandemics can cause a level of social disruption that is really remarkable in comparison to other types of natural calamities. Typically, other kinds of calamities happen at a moment in time. It's horrific. And then we have to think about response. But from the perspective of society, the day goes on. I don't mean to minimize the horror. But with biological contagion, the concern spreads through time. And over that time, especially as it affects thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, indeed perhaps millions of people, the social disruption factor becomes enormous. Now add into that, not a natural pandemic, but intentionally inflicted disease. Now you have people worrying, not only will I get sick, but will the perpetrator do something more? Closer to me, do a different disease, reinforce the disease he's already spread, even if countermeasures have been developed in a particular place. We should think about how to message and how to develop leadership capacities to deal with this kind of social disruption that a major bioterrorism attack would with insight. Quite obviously, I give these talks, have given them very often. We all hope we're wasting our time. We all hope that our concerns here will never materialize. But we can't go forward on that basis. We have to develop international systems in advance that are so effective that we hope they will never be used. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Barry Kelman, and for spelling out, those three main points, of course, and biological security in particular, and then law enforcement, and then the point that you made about social disruption. How you have to tackle a bioterrorist attack and have a strategy in place. So that's a lesson that we've learned, especially out of COVID-19. Thank you so much. I can see that Devkant Pahad Singh has joined us now.
Yes,
Can I call upon you to make your presentation?
sir, kindly unmute yourself, please, sir. Devkanta sir, kindly unmute yourself. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So first of all, let me thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak in this forum, and my apologies for joining in late. Now I'll quickly go into some points that I have gathered together on this topic. In fact, if we had this discussion 6 months ago, I'll be giving a very different talk. This COVID pandemic has changed some of the fundamental thoughts about bioterrorism and bio warfare. When I say bioterrorism, as we know with any other terrorism, it could be a smaller terrorist groups, could be individuals, and what is actually more dangerous is the terrorist groups who are in collusion with certain states, the state actors. That is why we are saying that this bioterrorism could be a extension of proxy bio warfare, and those are the things that are like there could be rogue nations trying this, and that is something we need to be alert to. Now, a lot of countries, they had made a lot of expensive gadgets, a lot of high technologies, and there were expensive programs. Billions of dollars are spent on biothreat. But when this pandemic spread all over the world, we could figure out that in most of these countries, the systems, they had glaring weaknesses. They were very badly exposed by this pandemic. And those are the gaps probably the terrorists or the rogue nations would like to exploit in future. Earlier, we thought that probably bioterrorism is something very difficult to do for the terrorists. It would require technology, it would require finances and all that. But what it has shown that this scale of pandemic has put the delivery systems out of equation. It has shown that by infecting human beings and spreading them, a few of them across the globe, in a few months' time, one can get a pandemic of this proportion. This has brought focus into infectivity rather than virulence. The traditional thought was, yes, if there is a very virulent pathogenic organism, it will do some impact in a short time. It may be able to go up to a high mortality rate and cause some kind of damage. But this is the way this thing has spread. It has shown that somebody can make a very infectious agent, maybe with a low mortality, but the kind of lockdowns and social distancing coming into factor, it can virtually paralyze the economic system of a country. So these are the new ideas that I'm sure the terrorist organizations around the world or the rogue nations, they must be pondering about. Many countries had layered defense systems. They had, in fact, very structured systems for detection, for response mechanism. But what we have seen is, if you look at standoff detection, the point biological detection systems, the medical surveillance program, and finally, it's the outbreak. In this case, we see that if somebody takes this route, all the three layers of defense system become ineffective. It is again back to the basics. We would be virtually dealing with the way we are dealing with a pandemic. So the containment takes a central role. the quarantine, isolation, social distancing, lockdown, this, as we saw, it played an important role. And the secondly, a bigger lesson that we learned is technologies could be there everywhere. People may have the technology, they may have the capability, but converting it to the capacity of the right proportion to make in those numbers, that is where we saw that the response from various countries were lacking. And there was no exception. The industry was there, the technology was there, but they took a time to convert. Like the automobile sector took time to get into this ventilator business. The textile industries took time to get into the PPEs business. And by the time a significant amount of damage was done. So that brought in this industrial precision manufacturing quality into factor. And then if we take a country like India, for that matter, many countries, for the supply of medical devices, the protective equipment, because of the globalization, the manufacturing was centered around certain places. And people were refusing to import. There are export. There are ban on exports. For a country that doesn't manufacture these mechanisms, it was very difficult for them to source anything and fight against this pandemic. So it also brings in a thought that whatever bare minimum is necessary, the countries have to be a little independent in this or self-reliant in this and have their own equipment and machinery. And it has again brought back the focus into healthcare infrastructure, especially in the countries where it was neglected for a long time. We did have like this pandemic, and the lesson that we can learn is, if had it been a biowarfare agent sourced by terrorist organizations, and this has happened in any country, then in case of things like anthrax, the vaccines, the drugs, or the antivirals or the antibiotics for the particular warfare agents may not be readily available, may not be available in numbers. Like, for example, the pharma industry, the drugs manufacturing, in the APIs in the pharmaceutical industry, they are concentrated in certain pockets of the world. So how these kind of things would be readily accessible, and especially which are not of public health concern? The pharma industry may not manufacture them in large numbers and no stockpile may be available. Whether the governments can step in, have some sort of contractual arrangement with the pharma companies, that when this sort of situation occurs, they will produce them for the government in certain quantities at certain price, or there could be a government-owned GMP manufacturing facilities who would have done all the R&D and be production ready, and if the situation arises, they would produce them in numbers. These are the thoughts I think the governments have to think about. And especially coming back to the example of India, this pandemic, it spread through the air travel. People traveling from various countries, they brought it in and it had spread. Fortunately, this was concentrated on the urban center where all the infrastructure, all the response mechanism was available. If such kind of things happens in rural, then how do we deal with that? It will require an entirely different approach. We would have to fundamentally change certain things, because the kind of healthcare infrastructure that is available there, the kind of training the people have, how do they deal with that? A lot of thinking is needed in this. And if we look at this particular pandemic or in a natural outbreak, we talk about patient zero. Now, if there is a biowarfare or sort of a larger scale, bioterrorism, a larger scale bioterrorism in collusion with some rogue nation, we will be talking about maybe hundreds and thousands of patient zero. The graph of acceleration of that kind of a outbreak would be beyond anything that we have seen or would have handled. In retrospect, we may say that yes, COVID did a lot of damage, but the mechanism was able to deal with it to some extent. And we are talking about a natural outbreak. Just imagine if the starting point itself is changed, it is multiplied by several number of thousands. Or like this was a new virus, instead of having originated in Wuhan, when we had a couple of months to prepare ourselves and have a mechanism, had it originated here, how would have dealt with that? So these are the things I think the healthcare professionals, the people in the biological defense sector, the government, the strategists, and people who deal with this may have to ponder over. And then I think we need to look afresh that how do we deal with this kind of threats now. And there are a number of debates about the natural or how these organisms can be engineered. Now, having seen the COVID experience, God forbid that somebody engineers a bioorganism and does spreads in this kind of manner. I think would require the whole technological, the strategic approach has to be completely different, because this experience has shown that the strategy without the right kind of technology backing it is useless, and the technologies without having a right strategy also have been proved useless. So possibly maybe in future we would look to have a right combination, optimal combination of this to deal with this kind of pandemics. Thank you.
So, Dr. Devkant Bahar Singh, thank you so much. That's a very practical experience that you've related as far as India is concerned. After what has happened in the light of COVID-19, issues about infectivity, of self-reliance, and how do you deal with the fact that if the virus originates in your own country, and what are the issues which arise if somebody engineers a bio attack. And I think it's all universal. All countries have to think about this issue. Thank you so much for those thoughts. I don't know if Lieutenant General Gadiok has joined us.
No,
If
sir,
he
no, sir.
hasn't, no.
There is a.
All right. So I think in that case, we will have to go on to the question and answers, Aditya. And may I ask you to then look at the questions and put it through to the panelists, depending on whom they're addressed to. And otherwise, we can always also ask the audience now to put in more questions while we are speaking. So I hand this over to you now.
Thank you, Chair. I would request the audience to kindly come up with the questions, please. So there is a question from P. Sharma saying, other than the fact that there is no recent stature to the govern protection and regulation of such pandemics, there is also the inability of the center to impose laws and regulations regarding healthcare on states. This is owing to the federal structures of Indian democracy and the fact that public health is listed in the state list under the 7th schedule of the Constitution. So, what big bang reforms do we need to bring in considering public health care? Well, maybe the panel can share their views, please.
Mr. Aditya, can I say something?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm very happy that you raised this question that I just read, but whatever happens to India right now, it happens to the rest of the planet, because you point out very well that the state, has a responsibility for the health care, services. But imagine that the India state and the federal government, which is New Delhi, is exactly resembling the same situation we have in the European Union. Every state act unilaterally how to deal, how to respond. Like Mr. Kerman said very well. I mean, he said very correctly. So if we could say the federal level in the India is the Brussels, the European Commission, here we have a big missing point, a big hole. So whatever you face in India, we face in Europe. So if you ask me what we can do, to be honest with you, I don't know. We need to be on the global collaboration. Like many speakers said, trust is not enough. We need to develop an international mechanism. And Mr. Kerma said very well from the state, I miss Chris Philip, that whatever happens in 2005 in London. All right, so we are in the, we are in the brainstorming how to deal with that. So your question is applicable to everyone. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Professor. Maybe Chris can come in. Chris Phillips, please. Then followed by Devkanta Pahad and then Professor Barry Kelman. Yeah.
Yes, I totally agree. Actually, what we find is that this is a worldwide issue. This is not something one country can deal with. This is something that needs to be done across the world. And this is actually the case for a lot of things now. A lot of things, the speed of travel. I mean, I've been to India probably 50 times, and I'm sure most of you have been outside your country very often as well. Travel across the world is so quick, and pandemics in particular, just will not. No country will be able to keep it within their borders. And I totally agree. This is something, a worldwide issue that requires to be solved.
Thank you, Chris. Professor Barry Kelvin.
Thank you. In my talk, I briefly mentioned the three communities: public health, bioscience, and law enforcement. And I think at the national level, what's very important is that law enforcement, especially with the bioscience community, begin to develop cooperation. And that means some institutional coordination. Not to cast any aspersions on anyone, but the bioscience community and the law enforcement community are not natural partners. They tend to be a little suspicious of each other, and they don't typically work, how shall we say, jointly. Again, you don't want to wait for the pandemic, the attack, whatever, for those two communities to get together. It's important at the national level to develop systems of communication, interaction, cooperation, training, I could go on, between the bioscience community and the law enforcement community, again, so that when it happens, or if it happens, you don't have to set up those mechanisms at that time.
Thank you, Professor. Devkanta Pahad, please.
I agree that there need to be international cooperation in this issue because the issues faced by countries are same. I would like to emphasize on one aspect, the bioforensics. Prevention is better, but the way things are, many times it's very difficult to prevent things, and if it happens, through this bioforensics, we should be able to find out that how it got transported, why it originated, whether it's a natural strain or engineered strain, and if it is a natural strain, from where this particular thing has come. So some sort of bioforensic is necessary, like for chemical weapons, to some extent it has been done by OPCW and its chain of designated laboratories. If we have a parallel system under the BTWC, probably that would help.
Thank you. Maybe Dr. Bhatnagar can come in. Dr. Bhatnagar? Professor Bhatnagar, please.
Yeah, I agree that international cooperation and the interaction between law enforcement agency and biologists should take place a little more than what it is today. Frankly speaking, the biologists think that if law enforcement agents come and perhaps hamper their work, slow down their progress, that is why they are a little scared to interact with them. But I think we have to develop some kind of understanding with each other. And the point which earlier speaker has told, I fully agree with them that we need more cooperation with each other. Another thing which has come by several speakers, that our detection system has to develop so that people can give the information to each other and try to pre-inform before the real trouble starts, and that's very important. And another thing which I myself emphasize, I think we have to have a very intense collaboration by all the interested countries for developing the vaccines, because this is not, one country's job, and there should not be unnecessary parallel development processes. I think we should divide our work so that we can focus on a particular bug to develop vaccine for. And if we have this kind of international cooperation, I think we will reach the goal faster. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sudarshan Kumar, please. Dr. Sudarshan Kumar.
Now, this is true that India is a vast country. The population, both rural and urban, has to be looked into. Today's context, if you look for the infrastructure and other things, there is a technology gap. When there is a technology gap, we need to do collaborations. We do to develop the technology, especially for the detection. Though it is available, bioseekers are available, but unless we detect it early, only then we'll be able to take the actions. As I told you, the awareness among the people is the key. If the people find out something like this, so we should have been able to share the information. Though you have seen this COVID-19 has really taught us our supply chain and multi-purpose making the items for protection gear. Similarly, we need this sort of thing for the development of vaccines, which our others panelists also have said that we should work in collaboration to do that. This is not bio threat is going to be tremendous, not by this way. Tomorrow another sort of virus will come. So we have to look into that, and we have to gear up our infrastructure to deal with that sort of thing, which has been neglected earlier. So we have to put a lot of efforts in that direction. So that we should do. If we start our mission today, we'll be able to achieve this in a shortest possible time. India has shown to the world that we can also tackle this thing. And same way, we should gear up our this biodefense. We should gear up our collaborative efforts, and we should develop in technology together so that we can be useful for the human beings and as well as the people who are doing that. So there should be a systematic approach as to handle these sort of things, which we should always form is some sort of task group, task force, who should work in collaboration with others to do this job.
Thank you, Dr. We have a question from our research coordinator, Pankhuri Kumar. She says, sir, what role can mathematical modeling play in bringing in the best practices, and how do we bring it on the policy table? Maybe we can start with Professor Sopori. Professor Sopori?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think what is important is that we have to look at the data which is being generated internationally on different microorganisms, be those one which are pathogenic, non-pathogenic, so on and so forth. And this whole data will have to be looked at. It's going to be a huge data, which has to be looked through artificial intelligence or machine learning tools to find out whether you can develop certain models of epidemiology that these are the ones which are going to be more effective in future. So this is basically what people are trying to do. I'll give you an example, that many years back, there were papers which were published and some work done where very clearly the authors had mentioned that the next pandemic is going to be through coronaviruses. Now, had we flagged this point and looked at it in little more detail, that what is this author trying to say? I think we have many people who are in this age probably neglected that statement which he made in his discussion group based on certain assessment. Now, this is where I think information gathering, data collection, analysis, modeling, it becomes very, very important in future in terms of surveillance. So this is what I talk at. Surveillance and monitoring biointelligence we look at. If we can predict that this is what is going to happen in future, will give you a lot of leverage in order to tackle these kinds of pandemics. It's not only with respect to humans, but as I was mentioning, with respect to plants, which can be destroyed, the fields together, with respect to animals. So all this data collection, which is huge, needs to be looked in through these modeling mechanisms.
Thank you, Professor. Anyone on the panel who want to comment? Oh, okay, then we can move over to the second the question. The question is from Sheta. Is it right to claim that the growth of COVID-19 from an epidemic to a pandemic is a product of globalization? Can that be failure of the liberal international order? Maybe our international speakers can comment on this, please, starting from Professor Barry Kelvin.
Thank you. Well, in the most general sense, the answer has to be no. We're not going to stop globalization. We're not going to, in a fundamental sense, reorder the global environment, however much we might like to. But in a more specific sense, yes. And I want to go back to what one of the speakers said about the Biological Weapons Convention and just make a small point that I hope is illustrative. When we set up the Interpol program on prevention of bioterrorism, the first thing we wanted to do was to reach out to the Biological Weapons Convention. But there was no there. There is no office. There was no central repository. Since then, we've got a tiny secretariat, but there has to be some sort of body. I'm not talking about verification, but some sort of body at the Biological Weapons Convention that can represent and inform bioscientists, all the communities that might be involved, and can work with Interpol and other law enforcement agencies. On that level, governance reform, I think, is crucial. So for so many years, the Biological Weapons Convention has been something like the weak sibling of international arms control. I don't want to get into the history, but at the level of global governance, attention must turn to strengthening that convention, especially for counteracting bioterrorism. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that to some extent, it is a product of globalization because, because it's quite simple. You're only with something like this, COVID-19. You're only as strong as your weakest link. And if whatever country it is has very poor bio security on their labs, then it can escape. It can escape either through someone deliberately doing it or an accidental escape. If it escapes, then it affects the world very quickly, as we've seen this. And you know, the event in China that started this, as I said earlier, I don't think we'll ever know the true story as to how this COVID-19 managed to get out of either the lab or that wet market. But it's as simple as this. My understanding was the security in that laboratory was poor. If it was poor, then it's affected and infected the whole world in a matter of months. And that surely is a concern for all of us. And there are some very, very bad people out there that would just love to get hold of this stuff. And they've seen the damage it does. And can you imagine, you know, it's like Batman. Batman has to deal with someone who's got a vial of this horrible stuff and is threatening to release it into the world. It's the nightmare scenario for all governments. So it is a product of globalization, in my opinion, and it's something as I said before, that we all have to get together to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Thank you. Dr. Bhatnagar? Dr. Bhatnagar?
Yes. Hello, here am I.
Yeah, yeah.
Is there a question?
Yeah, there was a question about like, what is...
Could you please repeat the question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Is the right to claim that the growth of COVID-19 from an epidemic to a pandemic is a product of globalization? Can that be called the failure of the liberal international order?
I would say that this is certainly a failure of reporting the disease at the first place. Ideally, it should have been reported within first 24 hours, and then perhaps the world would have been alarmed much earlier. Instead of that, it was reported to WHO after 43 days. So this is certainly a failure.
Thank you. Well, Chair, we would love if you can also share your opinion on this, sir.
I think I would tend to agree that there's been a failure in reporting here, because obviously the international community could have been much better informed if there was an early warning. And I think there was the truth is not known as of now, but perhaps the Chinese authorities thought that they could contain what had happened, and that it was not necessary to inform the WHO at that point in time that they did. There's also this issue about an internationalization of the whole issue, and that was probably a factor which was playing on the minds of those, and they obviously had to investigate. And this is a Chinese system, which, as we know, is not like an open system. So they had to also investigate what had happened in the laboratory, if that has actually happened in the laboratory. And so we have a situation where the WHO was not involved, and obviously the world was not informed. And now we have a sort of confrontation where we don't have the real story. It's become a political issue with the WHO, United States, China, rest of the world. We don't know how it will play out in the future, but in the process, in my opinion, what has happened is that the international community and countries have suffered. If there was an early warning on this issue, certainly things would have been much better. And possibly there could have been international cooperation that could have been also triggered off. But that obviously in this situation cannot happen when you don't have an early warning system which operates. So it's very unfortunate, but there we are at the moment.
Thank you, Ambassador.
May I?
Yeah. Please, sir.
The problem, to my way of thinking, is not globalization. That's a fact of life in our time. The problem is sovereignty. The problem is nations, national governments getting in the way of international efforts. Right now, the WHO cannot investigate anything without the host country's permission. Whatever's going on, and I don't want to get into what happened in China for the last 2 months of last year, beginning into this year, but the idea that international experts, people who can diagnose disease and begin to prescribe measures to counteract that disease, cannot get to the source without the host country's permission for whatever reason, that is absurd. Okay? We have globalization, but we have to have global governance. We don't have nationalization without national governance. We don't have globalization without global governance. And we have to say sovereignty is important, but in some respects, we have to enable the international community to protect itself.
Right. So we come back to the whole question about the Biological Weapons Convention and to Professor Kelman's point about strengthening the Secretariat of the Biological Weapons Convention, or at least making sure that we get back into a situation where we negotiate, or we start negotiating now, a verification system for the Biological Weapons Convention. It has no teeth whatsoever. And the little small, tiny secretariat which is there is just not equipped to deal with all these issues, right? So we actually don't have a governance system internationally in place for this issue to be tackled internationally. Now, whatever we can talk about, domestic governance and sovereignty, etc. But ultimately, unless there is a governance system in place internationally and all countries subscribe to it, we will not have success in fighting this issue. And I think the issue is going to become more and more difficult in the years to come because you have novel ways of finding out how terrorists can actually exploit this situation. And we also have a precedent now with the coronavirus. And therefore, that would be an easy way out for terrorism. So there's a linkage between that. And then until we strengthen the international system for that, it's going to be extremely difficult. So countries have to come together and actually talk about it. I see Professor Nomikos now wanting to say something.
I
Yes.
just want to say I fully agree with you, Mr. Ani and the Professor Kelman, because what we live here in Europe, we are, like Professor Kelman, we are a sovereign state trying to solve a global problem. Impossible. Impossible. Even though we have the European Commission who is acting as a club, but at the same time, this global program, this global problem does not apply to the sovereignty of every nation state. So this is a big dilemma, and I don't know that there is any person, any state that can really give a reply nowadays in these issues.
Well, we have a question from Kevin. Given the world's lack of trust in the WHO as per their role of master coordinator in ensuring compliance and co-governance to help end the pandemic, is it advisable to have region-specific cooperation, which may lead to discrepancies between regions of the world in research and policy, or should we focus on reforming or correcting the WHO? The above question is basically the question is basically in correspondence to Professor Nomiko's suggestion of Southeast Asian cooperation.
Yes.
So
Okay.
maybe other co-panelists can also comment on this. Thank you.
Yes. Number one, before I say about the manual, number one, the Greek armed forces, the Ministry of Defense, takes the control of the coronavirus in the Greek island. In other words, everyone, Greek citizen, or everyone who is a tourist who wants to travel to the Greek island or fly from them, the armed forces are taking the control in collaboration with the Ministry of Health. So as you can see, the Greek armed forces are there to make a control, number one. Number two, in 2009, the Research Institute for European American Studies has already published a counterterrorism crisis communication manual, which I'm going to submit it to Mr. Adityo, a copy in English, all right, is for the first respondent. And why we do that? Because we wanted to have some kind of communication first respondent manual And when we published in English in Greece, it automatically was, used by the United States by many languages. So I will send it to Mr. Adityo as a copy if they like to translate it in India, number one. Number two, when I say about India Southeast crisis communication policy, every one of us was talking about the word communication. We talk about communication, we talk about international communication, we talk about international mechanism. So the only way to deal with a global problem, as Professor Kelma said, as a sovereign state, as a nation state, we need to find a way to create a manual for international collaboration with think tank, through the council. It's much easier for us to do that instead of having the government do it, because in the government it's more difficult to move on. But in a ad hoc or a think tank or this kind of a network, it's much better, to give you a copy of my work at my institute, and then you can promote it, you can do something else, because even though the problem is on the governmental issues, sometimes the solution of international collaboration, it's much easier through us. And then we can have some brainstorming or have the manual, and then we can show to the government. Just to tell you, when I completed two years, 2 years research in research field, I studied 25 terrorist incident. All right, we did that as a network. And then when the manual was ready, we received call from the government, even the United States Homeland Security and everyone, and they said to us, can you give us a copy? Of course we did. We give a copy to them. But whatever it's so easy for them, it's difficult to apply for that. So what I'm trying to say, I will give you my best practice, because this is all about we are here. And then you see how we do it. And the Southeast Asia, but India needs to do it. India needs to see how all the Southeast Asia countries responded or handled, this coronavirus, and then come up with a communication crisis management in your area, because in your area you have the so-called common cultural characteristics. How the India think is not the same how the Balkans thinks, but the problem is the same. You see what I'm saying? So I can assist you, and I can send it to Mr. Adityo a copy, and they can share with you. In other words, prepare before the problem comes, and you respond to the problem. But do not expect the government to do things that the network can do faster. And always what we say, it takes a network like us to defeat a network like the biological terrorists. Thank you.
Thank you. Ambassador Watson.
Could I just respond?
Yeah, please, Professor.
Just very briefly to respond to the question, international and regional are not mutually exclusive. They're mutually reinforcing. Take the nuclear situation. We have the International Atomic Energy Agency, a very powerful organ of global governance. And we also have regional organizations focusing on very similar issues, but from the perspective of the unique situation of their relevant areas, relevant regions. And at the international level and at the regional level, there's horizontal cooperation among the regional bodies, and there's vertical cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency. That's a global system, I think, that could be emulated in this context.
Thank you, Professor. Maybe Ambassador Wadhwa can come in.
Yes, I think I completely agree what Professor Kelman has said right now about the system that we need to put in place. But now I think we've exhausted all the questions, and before we come to an end, I'd like to ask all the panelists if you have 2 minutes each. If you'd like to say something as a summary, and let me just call upon you one by one. So, Professor Nomikos, would you? 2 minutes, please. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
In 2 minutes, first of all, I want to thank all of you because you are doing an excellent job as the Global Counterterrorism Council based in India. And very shortly, the only things I want to say dealing with the biological terrorism is cooperation, cooperation, cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sundaresan Kumar? Dr. Kumar, are you there? Dr. Kumar, you are there, but I can see you. Can you hear me?
We calling on me? No.
No.
Sudarshan Kumar, sir, kindly share your view.
Can you hear? No. Okay, we'll come back to Dr. Kumar, but Professor Sopori, are you there, sir? Yes, you are.
Yes. It was a wonderful meeting. I've been sitting through 5 o'clock along with you, Vajwaji, and it's almost like 4 hours listening to wonderful talk from every one of you. Very enriching for me because I'm not directly in that field, but quite a bit of learning experience. But my one message is that we all sit together. I mentioned whether be it regional cooperation or international cooperation, how do we now avoid another pandemic in this world?
Right.
That we should really think about it and see how that is a first way forward in order to see that such kinds of things do not ever happen again in this planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor Bhatnagar, are you there, sir?
Yeah, once again, I will reiterate that working together is the key. Cooperation is going to succeed us. If we work together, I think we can achieve the success faster. And this is a very good beginning that all of us are talking together. And I think this dialogue should continue at different level in the governments so that eventually we can form a system whereby we can work together and become successful, and we can fight the global war together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Devkan Prahat Singh.
Thank you. In fact, I missed a very good part of this interaction, but whatever I heard was very enriching. Now, I'd like to again reiterate one thing that other speakers have told, that we need lots and lots of international cooperation. Every time, whenever there is a pandemic, we have been thinking that, okay, let's manage this time. Next time we'll deal it with properly. But it's the same story again and again. So probably the bits and pieces of ideas are not working. We need to put our ideas together, our efforts together, and find a way so that next time we are actually in a position to fight this kind of pandemic and prevent it or contain it from the very beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Phillips, are you there, sir?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Really, to sum up, I would suggest that, as pretty much everyone said, this is a worldwide issue. It's something that no one single country can solve. But what we've got to remember, and I've been in counterterrorism works for many years now, there are some very, very, very bad people out there that would just love to get access to this equipment, these things that actually they can not only make use of to kill as many people as possible, but also potentially to bribe countries to pay them so that they don't release it. So to think that this has not now come up onto a lot of people's radar as something, as an item that they can do, would be very naive. And I would suggest that you do have to start at the local level. Security must be done properly. The physical security aspects around all the areas that hold these products is really important. But actually, the single biggest thing is people. People make mistakes and accidentally do things wrong. People deliberately steal from their employee. And I think all organizations need to do much more work to prevent an insider from taking the product and then using it at some stage in the future. Not enough, to be quite frank, not enough is being done on the insider threat. And people who work in laboratories have the ideal opportunity to get this stuff and to deliver it in a way that they understand. So I think it is a worldwide issue, but I'll go back to the phrase that we're only as strong as our weakest link. So it involves every country doing the right thing to prevent this happening in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now, Professor Barry Kalman.
Thank you. Let me start with a pessimistic comment. In terms of strengthening global capacity to deal with bioterrorism, I wouldn't right now put much faith in my government, or I don't want to mention names, but the other major superpowers on the globe. I don't know what will happen in my government in 6 months, but for the moment, I think to expect much leadership out of my government or the governments of major superpowers is to live in a fool's paradise. With that in mind, I really want to compliment the Global Council here from India. I think that the non-aligned states, especially the more powerful non-aligned states, have a critical leadership role to play here. We don't know how the politics of various nations will work out. I don't want to get into that, but I think there is a moment right now for leading non-aligned states to take this issue and to move it forward. Thank you.
Many thanks, Professor Kalman. India is going to take over the chairmanship of WHO, where this issue is going to come up as well. And, the whole issue of Wuhan and related issues going to be debated in WHO in the future. The whole issue of WHO is also up here. So I think it's an important time where we talk about, what we can do together as an international community. And also, your point about strengthening the Biological Weapons Convention Secretariat, or at least trying to, find out ways and
No,
means.
I just want to say one thing.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to say in this way, that's if you look into that, there are two parallels. That is international collaboration and regional cooperation.
Right.
Our Prime Minister also took this initiative of regional cooperation. Whether it is SAARC, whether it's this Asian countries or this, because here are 4 C's are important: capacity, competence, and capability to do the things. When you look into this sort of thing, we have 4 sort of things there also. One is the early prediction. That means mathematical modeling. We have to go deep into that. I give you the example of very simple that even this virus, which normally is, we do anthrax, lot of calculation and mathematical model has been done, where probability versus doses as well as number of people got infected has been predicted. So these sort of information can be shared with others. Second, we have to look for that both ways. First is the countermeasures in terms of development of vaccine and in terms of protection. So each has a potential. We are moving in a globalized world where the travel, sharing of data, even talking is very much common. So as a result, if we sit together, work out this sort of thing, and we can address all the issues for future pandemics also in case this thing happens again. So this is the start point. From here, we should go further and continue with this sort of thing so that when we present to the world a complete sort of model where everything is available, and so that we should not wait. Each country doesn't have full competence. Wherever the expertise is available, we should take that, work together, collage it, and then use it for the welfare of mankind.
Thank you. I think that's a common message that all of you have given, that we have to collaborate if we have to fight this issue.
Yeah.
And that's the point you reinforced right now. Well, I think we've run out of questions. We've run out of time as well. So I'd like to thank all the distinguished panelists for your wonderful views, and for the audience who joined us. Professor John Nomikos, Dr. Sundarshan Kumar, Professor Sudhir Sapori, Professor Rakesh Bhatnagar, Dr. Devkant Pahad Singh, and Chris Phillips, Professor Barry Kelman. Thank you all so much for an excellent contribution tonight. It was a wonderful experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I would now request Karthik Sharma, the research coordinator and youth ambassador, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Right, so my name is Karthik. I'm a research coordinator at the Global Counterterrorism Council. So we have been having the GCTC Manthans for over 3.5 months now, and they have been phenomenal dialogues. They have been really insightful. And if not done anything, we have at least started dialogue. I would like to extend my thanks to Dr. Shashibala Singh, Colonel Dr. Ram Athavale, Professor Carl Roberts, Rear Admiral Dr. Sanatan Kulshresht, Professor Patrick Walsh, Mr. Love Verma, Dr. Saurabh Dalal, Dr. Sudarshan Kumar, Professor John Nomikos, Professor Sudhir Sapori, Professor Rakesh Bhatnagar, Mr. Chris Phillips, Professor Barry Kelman, and Dr. Devkanta Pahad Singh. Last but not the least, I would like to thank Ambassador Anil Wadhwa sir for chairing the session so wonderfully and allow everyone to engage in such a fruitful discussion. The webinar has been really insightful, as every speaker has given their own perspective on the issue of bioterrorism, least assuring us that practically everything around us is affected by bioterrorism. The speakers have helped educate all of us about the consequences of bioterrorism and how the perpetrators carry out these activities of biological terrorism relatively easier in today's time. They have definitely shed some light on as to how important it is to have organized countermeasures as tactics, since it is very difficult to track these biological threats from the very beginning. A lot of emphasis has also been laid on the fact that we all need to unite in the case to fight bioterrorism, not only as a collaboration of states, but of agencies and people as well. These discussions are much thought-provoking, and no matter how technical the topic may be, its impact on the general public needs dire attention for the education of the topic at least. The speakers have done a phenomenal job just to the fact that they have gotten us thinking about the concept of bioterrorism. On that note, I would like to thank the chair once again and all the distinguished speakers and the audience who have been a part of this discussion. I hope all of you have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good night.
Good night.